Chapter 34:13. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Xin Xin and said, "Do you think I don't have eyes? Can't you see that he's absorbing water? The question is, why is he absorbing water?" Xiao Hui was also somewhat puzzled, but he hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "Perhaps the place where Grandmaster came from encountered a drought, so he's transporting the water here to other places to relieve the drought." At this point, Xiao Hui seemed to have realized something and sped up her speech. "Oh, that's right. Perhaps Grandmaster Xiao Hui wants to take away all of the water in the Four Extremes Mountains to investigate the destruction of the Four Extremes Mountain. By investigating, he might be able to find traces of that Daoist expert. There's so much water in the Four Extremes Mountains. Could it be that Master Jiyu Zhen has Grandmaster Xiao Hang's water bottle?" Xin Xin was somewhat disdainful. "I don't think he can take it all with his alms bowl alone. Xin Sandanyu, you're underestimating the Sumeru Buddhist formation of our Buddhism sect." Xiao Hui smiled. "Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen's alms bowl may not be as good as Grandmaster Xiao Hui's water bottle, but the Four Extremes Mountains are only a few dozen miles wide. It's not a problem. Hee hee. If that's the case, then that's the best." Hearing this, Xin Xin beamed with joy. Her eyes flashed with a strange expression as she looked at the places where the alms bowl passed. The Buddhist light sucked away the deep ponds and ravines. After 4 hours, Jiyu Zhen finally absorbed all the water in the Four Extremes Mountains into the alms bowl. The alms bowl didn't change much, but Jiyu Zhen's Vajra Buddha Dharma body had shrunk by more than half, and even his Buddhist light had dimmed a lot. Jiyu Zhen looked around with satisfaction and pointed at the alms bowl. The alms bowl fell back into the purple-haired Hu's mouth, but he didn't withdraw his Dharma body. He stepped on a Buddhist cloud and headed toward one of the Four Extremes Mountains. It seems that's all there is to it. Xiao Hua saw that Jiyu Zhen was very serious. He first released his Buddha's consciousness, then used his naked eyes to examine carefully. He even dropped clouds in some places. He grabbed some gravel and other things from the ground or stone walls to examine carefully. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. "Xin Tanyu." Seeing that Jiyu Zhen was ignoring them, Xiao Hua said, "There's no longer anyone here, so you can't borrow the magic weapon you want. This little monk does not have much time. If it is possible, shall we leave now? Senior brother Xiao Hui's teachings have not been in vain since this little monk is able to lend you a helping hand. Don't worry, don't worry." Xin Xin smiled. "That place is very dangerous. The three of us only have a 40% chance of success. And Venerable Master Fantian's magic weapon was the nemesis of one of those dangerous situations. Now that we haven't found Venerable Master Heaven Flipping, Heaven has sent us Master Jiyu Zhen. With Master Jiyu Zhen, our chances of success have increased by 20%. Speaking of this, Xin Xin looked at Xiao Hui embarrassedly and said, "Immortal friend Xiao Hui, before I only thought about the Tao sect's Heaven Flipping Man and the Buddhist sect-related things should be given to you. Now that we have Master Jiyu Zhen." "Haha, it's fine." Xiao Hui smiled and waved her hand. "Didn't I say it just now? To be able to gain enlightenment of the Buddhist Dharma through experience is much more precious than any Buddhist weapon left behind. Besides, if this little monk coveted some Buddhist weapon, why would I invite junior brother Dipu? If Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen is of some help to you, you can invite him. This little monk does not mind." "Ari, many thanks, immortal friend Xiao Hui." Xin Xin sighed. "This way, I feel that I have wronged you. How about this, apart from the immortal weapons and the Buddhist weapon promised to Master Jiyu Zhen, as long as you like something, you can have the priority to choose." Xiao Hui shook her head. "It's useless to say so much now. You should think about how to persuade Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen. He might not be interested in this matter." "Hee hee, rest assured, immortal friend." Xin Xin smiled and said, "I have a 40% chance of persuading ordinary Buddhist experts. Since Master Jiyu Zhen is a Buddhist sect's guardian, I have a 60% chance of inviting him to help." That's true." Xiao Hui nodded. "Buddhist sect's guardians are highly skilled. The ancient treasure that Grandmaster Tanyu mentioned is very attractive to Buddhist sect's guardians. Since this little monk can go, Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen can naturally go as well. Now, We only have to see if Grandmaster Jiyuzhen needs to return to the temple to report. If time is too tight, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Xin Xin expressed her concern. Immortal friend Xin. Xiao Hua at the side spoke. Since Grandmaster Jiyuzhen is here, does this little monk not need to go? This little monk really has something to do. Little monk, whether you go or not has nothing to do with me. Xin Xin pursed her lips and smiled. You can ask your senior brother Ci Hui. Senior brother. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, but when he saw Ci Hui's smiling face, he immediately shut his mouth. He already knew the answer. He just muttered, forget it, just pretend this little monk didn't say anything. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that Ci Hui pulled him to that place for his own good. Previously, Ci Hui wanted to explain Buddhist principles and Buddhist scriptures to Xiao Hua so that his Buddhist cultivation and Buddhist sect's magical power could match, so that he wouldn't walk the path of only practicing magical power and not understanding Buddhist doctrine. Later, when he saw that Xiao Hua's Buddhist sect's magical power was not inferior to his, he even wanted to help Xiao Hua. He wanted Xiao Hua to gain something from this trip, so he even vaguely gave Xiao Hua half of the Buddhist weapons in the dangerous place. Now, it was even better. With Jiyuzhen, the guardian of the Lotus Realm, although Xiao Hua might gain less benefits, it was also a lot safer. Ci Hui naturally wouldn't let him go. Jiang Luo's matter can be considered to have reached the point where it can be solved. Haste makes waste. I'd better take one step at a time. Perhaps with Ci Hui's recommendation, I don't need to worry about it. That Jinshan Temple's great Zen master Ji Kong will agree to awaken Jiang Luo from the Nirvana realm, right? Jiyuzhen's inspection was very detailed. Half a day passed very quickly. Seeing the full moon rising, there was no other movement in the entire Four Poles Mountain except for the sound of wind. The usual birds chirping and cicadas at the foot of the mountain were also gone. Xiao Hua didn't care about it at first, but after a while, he understood that this situation was probably caused when Lord Fantian fell. The cultivator, who was also a disciple of Taoism, was ruthless. Not only did he kill Lord Fantian, but all the creatures near the Four Poles Mountain were also affected. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed for no reason, just like a real disciple of Tantric Buddhism. Why haven't you all left yet? A slightly tired voice sounded. Monk Jiyuzhen had already retracted his Dharmakaya. He sat cross-legged on the back of the purple-haired Hu and slowly flew over. Under the moonlight, his bright eyes were obviously more gentle than before. Ci Hui took a few steps forward and said respectfully, our cultivation is shallow, so we can't help Grandmaster with anything. But without Grandmaster's order, we dare not leave without permission. Cultivation base is shallow? Haha, little monk, you're belittling yourself. The purple-haired who had already flown to the front of the crowd. Jiyuzhen jumped down from his mount and looked at Ci Hui from head to toe. He said lightly, the realm of the bright eyes is a watershed. It's not a place that ordinary Buddha can enter. Little monk, you can have your current cultivation because of the root of wisdom planted early. This old monk can't compare with you. I don't dare. Compared to Grandmaster, I'm still far behind. Ci Hui hurriedly lowered her head and put her palms together. Everyone has their own fate. Jiyuzhen said lightly, this old monk envies you all for cultivating Buddhism in peace. You can enter the cycle of reincarnation and don't have to be stained with karma. Yes, Grandmaster and other Buddhist protectors subdued devils and demons for our Buddhism. They protect the peace of our Buddhism and the safety of our Buddha. This is what we should respect. Ci Hui said carefully. Master, did you find anything? Seeing that the scene was a bit cold, Xin Xin hurriedly asked and led to the main topic. However, Jiyuzhen didn't answer Xin Xin. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua and asked, your Buddhist name is TPU and you claim to be a disciple of Xiao Linglong Temple. How come this old monk has never heard of this temple? You just entered our Buddhism and you're actually also in the realm of the bright eyes. Could it be that you're also walking the path of a protector? Xiao Hua put his palms together and said with a smile, the Xiao Linglong Temple that disciple mentioned is a small temple in the mountains. It's normal that Grandmaster hasn't seen it. As for whether disciple is walking the path of a protector, disciple doesn't know. But these few days, I've been talking about Buddhism with senior brother C.I. Hui. I haven't heard him talk about it. It shouldn't be. Grandmaster. C.I. Hui hurriedly explained, junior brother TPU has deep roots in wisdom. He hasn't entered our Buddhism but is already cultivated to the realm of the bright eyes. He's also quite accomplished in the cultivation of Buddhism. It's just that he hasn't been fated to enter our Buddhism. Just a few days ago, when he was shaving in the Xiaolinglong Temple of the Great Snow Mountain, disciple saw the corpse of the Xiaolinglong Temple with his own eyes. En. Jiyuzhen nodded and didn't comment. He looked at Xin Xin and said, Benefactress is a Confucian cultivator. Why are you so concerned about Fantian's death? If you don't have any secrets, can you tell this old monk? This one doesn't care about the life and death of a Taoist disciple. Xin Xin said with a smile, this one is just a little curious. If Grandmaster doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Actually, it's nothing. Xin Xin didn't want to listen anymore. Jiyuzhen said, this old monk doesn't dare to judge whether Fantian has fallen or not. However, from the traces of the battle in the Four Extremes Mountain, it should be a Taoist cultivator whose cultivation is far superior to Fantian's. The battle between the two involved the entire Four Extremes Mountain and even affected the weather for hundreds of miles around the Four Extremes Mountain. Cultivation far superior to Fantian? Who is this person? Where did he come from? Xin Xin was flabbergasted. Fantian is already at the 3rd stage of the 4th grade of elemental energy, right? If his cultivation is far superior to Fantian's, doesn't that mean he's at the 5th stage of elemental energy? There are very few Taoist cultivators of this level in the 3 continents. This is not something this old monk knows. Jiyuzhen shook his head slightly. His words surprised Xiao Hua. This old monk only came to warn Fantian. Since he's no longer here, this old monk will investigate this place clearly. I only need to return to the temple and report. That person's strength should be much stronger than this old monk. How can this old monk offend him? -12. Chapter 34:14. The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more the drawbacks of several cultivation methods began to show. Now, it was merely a conflict of ideas. Perhaps, in the end, the conflict between Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, demon, devil, and soul would become even more severe. Perhaps Xiao Hua's primordial spirits, which came from the same source, would even fight against each other. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Hua's eyes, C.I. Hui was delighted and said with a smile, now, when Tan Yu came here, he first showed confusion, then thought about Tan Yu's calmness along the way. This little monk knows that this must be the place Tan Yu was looking for. But as for why Tan Yu hesitated to send out the communication magic tool, even if this little monk didn't ask, Buddha would have told this little monk through Tan Yu, right? Rather than spend this little monk's energy searching, it's better to listen to Tan Yu's explanation here. Go with the flow. That's right, it's exactly like that. C.I. Hui's words made Xiao Hua's eyes light up. He couldn't help but ponder, some things, when you don't have the power to pursue them, you can only go with the flow. Only by following the development of things can you find the root of the matter. And regardless of whether it's Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, demon, devil, or soul cultivation methods, they are all a kind of appearance. Only by finding the root of cultivation can I have the power to solve my own problem, right? Since he thought of this, Xiao Hua's mind became active again. He looked around and said with a smile, Senior Martial Brother C.I. Hui, you're right. This place must be the place where fellow Daoist Xin is looking for an old acquaintance. If I'm not wrong, it should be because of the great change in the scenery. Except for the 4 mountain ridges, fellow Daoist Xin doesn't dare to recognize the other places. This is why fellow Daoist Xin is hesitating now. Seeing the 2 little monks singing the same tune, Xin Xin laughed inwardly. In fact, this kind of situation could be imagined with just a little thought. These 2 people actually said such profound words. It was said that all Buddhist disciples were eloquent. Just look at these 2 little monks in front of her and you'll know. However, Xin Xin only smiled and said, fellow Taoists are right. The Daoist cultivator living in seclusion here is called heaven flipping. Although he's only a Daoist nascent soul cultivator, with the help of his lifebound magic tool, he can reach the 5th level of origin energy realm. That's why others call him heaven-flipping venerable. In addition to being a Daoist, this cultivator is also proficient in our Confucian cultivation method. I met this person by chance 100 years ago, and then we met several more times. I knew that this person was wholeheartedly focused on Tao and only wanted to cultivate. He did not want to show off and was not interested in the battle between the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect. Not only did he not contact other Daoist cultivators, he had not even taken in a disciple. Therefore, I exchanged contact methods with him. He could be considered an old friend. This place is called the Four Extremes Mountains. I've been here several times before. In addition to having an extremely powerful natal magic treasure, Master Heaven Flipping Master is also proficient in Taoist magic circles. The Four Extremes Mountain itself is a large magic circle that Master Heaven Flipping Master has been operating for hundreds of years. When I visited Master Heaven Flipping Master before, I saw him demonstrate it. It's really magnificent inside, and it's not comparable to ordinary Taoist cultivators. As Shin Shin spoke, she pointed at the 4 mountains. Now, apart from the 4 extreme mountains, which are the 4 formation cores, all traces of the formation are gone. Even the scenery of the 4 extreme mountains has completely changed. If this isn't an extremely brilliant Daoist formation, then a huge change has occurred in the 4 extreme mountains. Master Heaven Flipping Master is already no longer in the 4 extreme mountains. This place is definitely not a Daoist illusory formation. After Shin Shin finished speaking, Ci Hui spoke up. This little monk has already used Buddhist perception to examine this place. These mountains and rivers are all real, and there isn't a trace of illusion at all. Junior brother TPU, what do you think? Xiao Hua seemed to be very familiar with the title of Junior brother TPU. He also smiled and said, that's right. This little monk has also used Buddhist perception to examine this place. My Buddhist perception is the most observant. If there is any Buddhist formation, defensive formation, or magic circle, even if it can't be broken, it can still find a trace of a flaw. Moreover, this place is full of vitality, and there isn't a trace of pretense. Then a huge change has occurred in the 4 extreme mountains. It's hard to predict Master Heaven Flipping Master's life and death. A trace of gloominess flashed through Shin Shin's eyes. She didn't know if it was because of Master Heaven Flipping Master's fate or because she had come at a bad time. Haha, Ci Hui continued, the great change in the 4 extreme mountains is a man-made disaster, not a natural disaster. Although this little monk can't cultivate all 6 divine abilities, this little monk knows that the one who dealt with Master Heaven Flipping Master was a Daoist disciple. Master Heaven Flipping Master is most likely dead. Oh. Why is fellow Daoist Ci Hui so sure? Shin Shin stared at Ci Hui and asked curiously. My Buddhist faction's disciples don't know how to use Heaven-Earth Origin Chi, and your Confucian faction's disciples don't know how to use Heaven-Earth Origin Chi. Only Daoist faction's disciples and a few demons know how to control Heaven-Earth Origin Chi. Ci Hui pointed at the rippling water below her feet and explained, there are so many water ripples here, far surpassing other places in the surrounding 1,000 miles. It must be the result of the Heaven-Earth Origin Chi wreaking havoc. Since Master Heaven Flipping Master's cultivation is only at the 4th or 5th level of Origin Chi, he definitely wouldn't be able to cause such a huge change by himself. Only 2 cultivators who can control Heaven-Earth Origin Chi together can cause this. Moreover, the strength of the cultivator who came to deal with Master Heaven Flipping Master is even higher than him. Whether it is Daoist faction's disciples or demons, they wouldn't be as merciful as my Buddhist faction's disciples, or as magnanimous as your Confucian faction's disciples. Since their method could cause such a huge disturbance and even destroy Master Heaven Flipping Master's formation, then Master Heaven Flipping Master's life and death. It's easy to guess. Ari, the person who understands me is definitely not an old friend. This person is definitely my enemy. Hearing Ci Hui's explanation, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The divine abilities of my Daoist faction's cultivators mostly rely on Heaven-Earth Origin Chi. The greater the divine ability, the greater the impact it has on heaven-earth. When the two cultivators fought, the two of us didn't suffer any injuries, but the surrounding environment was the first to be destroyed. I didn't even notice this scene, but this Buddhist Ci Hui actually saw it so clearly and explained it so incisive. Even if I don't release my divine sense, I can still determine that what Ci Hui said is true. Xiao Hua felt a little awkward in his heart, but he said, Ayo, that's not good. If Master Heaven flipping Master falls, then wouldn't the magic tool that fellow Daoist Shin wants to borrow be lost? Then, can we still go there? Ari, of course we have to go, Shin said bitterly. Without Master Heaven flipping Master's magic tool, our chances of success will be reduced by 20%. However, there isn't much time left, so I have no choice but to. While Shin was speaking, a faint Buddhist sense swept over from the horizon and fell on the three people in the Four Extremes mountain. Oh! Another Buddhist Daoist has come? Shin raised her eyebrows and looked towards the source of the Buddhist sense. Ci Hui still had that kind of smiling expression. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, just from the Buddhist sense alone, this person should have reached the Lotus Realm, which is a level higher than this little monk and junior martial brother TPU's Bright Lotus Realm. He should be our senior. Hearing Ci Hui expose his Buddhist cultivation realm, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel the corners of his eyes twitch, even though this realm was already somewhat concealed by the secret technique of soul cultivation. In his heart, he finally understood why Ci Hui only thought for a moment before agreeing when he addressed Ci Hui as senior brother when he had just shaved his head and become a monk. It turned out that Ci Hui had already discovered the secret he was trying to hide from his Buddhist awareness. He. Xiao Hua smiled embarrassedly and bowed. Amitabha, senior martial brother Ci Hui really has a great divine ability to see through this little monk's strength at a glance. Ari, this little monk was still too superficial. Looking at Ci Hui again, she said with a depressed expression, this little monk's cultivation hasn't reached the Bright Lotus realm yet. Previously, I clearly didn't mind junior martial brother TPU's concealment and didn't intend to expose this matter, but, when it came to this matter, I couldn't help it. Fellow Daoist Ci Hui, you're the one who's superficial. Shin said with a smile, that little monk TPU didn't call you senior when he saw you, nor was he particularly respectful when he spoke. It's very obvious that his Buddhist cultivation realm isn't much lower than yours or mine. Your Buddhist doctrine and Buddhist doctrine don't need to be too compatible. He doesn't understand Buddhist doctrine, so naturally, he wants to ask you for advice. Since you know that his Buddhist doctrine isn't inferior to yours, whether it's the previous tacit agreement or the current clear indication, you don't think it's too much. But your remorse has left a mark on your Bright Lotus realm. Amitabha, good indeed, good indeed. Ci Hui put her palms together and said with a smile, Shin Tanyu is right. This little monk's body was speaking the truth, but I didn't know the meaning. Every time I was enlightened by you, I learned a lot. Hehe, in that case, this little one doesn't need to give you any promise or reward for this trip. Shin glanced at the man and beast in the distance who were already flying closer and said to Ci Hui with a smile. Ci Hui raised her head, Shin Tanyu is right. This little monk has already learned a lot from Tanyu. Even if there's no promise or reward, this little monk is still willing to go. It had to be said that Ci Hui's current situation was very similar to Ci Mai's. Both of them were proficient in Buddhist doctrine and their Buddhist supernatural powers were also extremely high. Both of them were at a bottleneck that was difficult to break through at the same time. Furthermore, they had been stuck at this bottleneck for a very long time. It was so long that they felt irritated in their hearts. At this moment, they wanted to jump out, but they lacked an effective method to break through this bottleneck. There were also thousands of distracting thoughts in their hearts that disturbed their cultivation. The contradiction in their hearts could even be described as paranoid. He could not do this, nor could he do that. Other than reciting Buddhist scriptures, there seemed to be no other safe actions. Of course, reciting Buddhist scriptures was a slow and steady path, but Ci Hui didn't want to rely on this kind of ordinary method. Like Ci Mai, he needed to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck from the outside world. Ci Hui didn't know much about Shin background, but from their previous contacts, Shin behavior was more mysterious, and his speech and behavior were also elegant. In particular, the gap between Buddhism and Confucianism didn't exist in Shin Shin's eyes. Therefore, Ci Hui felt that Shin Shin was an old friend who could have a deeper relationship with him. This time, Shin Shin sent a message to Ci Hui. Ci Hui didn't hesitate and immediately came over. On the way up the mountain, not to mention Shin Shin's many reminders, even the discussion with the little monk TPU also benefited him a lot. This really made him feel that this trip was not in vain. -12. Chapter 34:15. Shin Shin hurriedly asked, Master Jiyu Zhen, are you going to return to Jiang Lu Temple? I don't think I need to tell you where I'm going, do I? What Shin Shin said to Jiyu Zhen earlier, Jiyu Zhen returned the same words. However, Shin Shin was not surprised. With a smile on her lips, she replied, if I have a chance to let Master Jiyu Zhen get rid of the drawback of not being able to bring karma into samsara, I wonder if Master Jiyu Zhen is willing to take it. What do you mean, benefactress? Jiyu Zhen wasn't as ecstatic as Shin Shin thought. Instead, he frowned and the monk robe on his tall figure trembled slightly. This trembling wasn't due to excitement, but a kind of alertness. Even Ci Hui was puzzled by Shin Shin's words. He said, Shin Tanyu, being a Buddhist guardian is a kind of sacrifice. Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen and the others often have no choice but to kill demons and protect Buddha. Tanyu, you don't need to use this to provoke Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen's Buddhist heart. Before Ci Hui finished speaking, Shin Shin pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow immortal Ci Hui, do you think I'm joking with Master Jiyu Zhen? Do you think I don't know some secrets of Buddhism? Little girl. Jiyu Zhen said coldly, just say what you want to say. Why beat around the bush? I've long offered my body to Buddhism and the Buddha fruit to the Buddha Lord. I'm no longer interested in the secret arts of breaking away from being a guardian and condensing karma. I don't know how many secret arts your Buddhism sect has, Shin Shin said faintly, but I know a place where there might be ancient Buddha rainbow. Ancient Buddha rainbow? How is that possible? When Shin Shin finished speaking, Guzhen was dumbfounded. He cried out in disbelief, how can there be an ancient Buddha in the Pure Land world? With that, Jiyu Zhen's tall figure trembled involuntarily. His previous alertness had long disappeared and was replaced by excitement from the bottom of his heart. What's ancient Buddha rainbow? Seeing Jiyu Zhen so nervous and excited, Ci Hui Yang naturally knew that this thing was really useful to Jiyu Zhen. However, he had never heard of ancient Buddha color. The ancient Buddha luster is a 7-colored relic condensed by the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord. This relic contains the supreme willpower of the Buddha Lord. However, because the negative karma in it was not pure, it was abandoned when the Buddha Lord reincarnated. Shin Shin glanced at the speechless Jiyu Zhen and explained, the Buddha Lord's karma is so powerful. Who can resist the Buddha Lord's karma? Therefore, no one dared to use this 7-colored relic. However, after the 7-colored sarira was placed between heaven and earth for 100,000 or even millions of years, the karma in it would be tempered by the mind power of the Pure Land. In the end, only the mind power of the Buddha Lord in the sarira would be left. Although it was only a wisp or half a wisp, it was powerful enough to allow a bodhisattva to attain fruition. If Master Jiyu Zhen condensed this thing, the half-wisp of mind power would be enough for him to condense a protective relic and protect the relic's negative karma during his reincarnation, ensuring that he would not lose his mind. Such a thing. Why didn't Shin Tanyu mention it before? Ci Hui was shocked and asked without hesitation. Shin Shin smiled and shook her head. It's not that I didn't want to explain it to you, fellow immortal. It's just that you and I are not strong enough to come into contact with this thing. If I said it, it would only make you greedy, and it would even be detrimental to your cultivation. Today, I met Master Jiyu Zhen, and I have a request for you. With your strength, you should be able to give it a try. Naturally, I had to explain it to you. I see. Ci Hui nodded slightly, obviously trusting Shin Shin. I understand now. Then Ci Hui turned to Jiyu Zhen. Under the moonlight, Jiyu Zhen's tall figure had stabilized. She said, Grandmaster, does what Shin Tanyu said make sense? That's right. Jiyuzhen's eyes flickered under the moonlight. He said, although the path of being a Buddhist Dharma protector isn't smooth, Buddha is merciful and leaves many chances for survival. This ancient Buddha relic is the safest, but it's also the most difficult. Not to mention that the sons of Buddhas who can ascend wouldn't have too many relics left behind. Even if they did, there wouldn't be many. The Pure Land is so vast and there are so many sons of Buddhas. Anyone who can obtain it is a great opportunity. This old monk never thought there would be an ancient Buddha relic left in this world. At this point, Jiyuzhen stared at Xin Xin and asked coldly, "May I know how I can be of service to you, benefactress?" And how could benefactress possibly know the whereabouts of such a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect? Heh. Xin Xin looked up at Jiyuzhen's monk robe. His hands hidden under the robe seemed to have formed a Buddhist seal. She smiled faintly and reached out to take a hairpin from her hair. She flung her hand and the hairpin streaked across the air with a golden light before landing in front of Jiyuzhen. "Grandmaster, you'll know when you see it. But don't reveal my origin." "Oh." Jiyuzhen frowned. He stretched out his hand, which was as thick as a dragon's claw, and grabbed the hairpin. When he glanced at the hairpin, he was surprised. He looked at the hairpin several times and then at Xin Xin. Finally, he waved his hand and returned the hairpin to Xin Xin. He said, "I understand. Since you have such a background, it's no big deal for you to know this secret." Xin Xin took the hairpin and looked at Si Hui with a smile. Si Hui immediately waved her hand and said, "Xin Tanyu, there's no need for this little monk to see it. This little monk befriended Immortal Friend not because of Immortal Friend's origin. If this little monk knew about it, there would be a dispute in my words. This little monk doesn't want to speak without thinking." Heh, that's right. Xin Xin stretched out her hand and inserted the golden hairpin into her hair, not giving Xiao Hua the opportunity to examine it. "Damn it, is there a need for this?" Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips. This Xiao has seen Murong Tsongyun from a first-class family and Princess Baihua from Chanu country. Even if you're the daughter of a first-class family, what can you do? This Xiao doesn't even have the mood to tease you. "Ayo, Amitabha, I've sinned. This little monk is Dipu, not Xiao Hua from the Dao sect. How can you talk about teasing me? What does Enyu Tanyu want this old monk to do?" Jiyuzhen's tone was somewhat cautious. The female benefactor also changed to Enyu Tanyu. "It's like this," Xin Xin said concisely. "This one invites Immortal Friend Si Hui to go to an ancient ruin. That's where the Immortals and Buddhas joined hands to kill the Dao sect. As far as this one knows, there's an immortal artifact left behind in the Pure Land world." Immortal artifact. Jiyuzhen was dumbfounded again. He immediately looked up at the full moon in the sky. He almost suspected that he was dreaming. First, there was the ancient Buddha celestial artifact, and now there was an immortal artifact. This was something he had never dreamt of. "Yes, it's an immortal artifact," Xin Xin said with a smile. "If it's not an immortal artifact, how could there be the ancient Buddha celestial artifact?" But Jiyuzhen originally wanted to ask how Xin Xin knew, but thinking of the golden hairpin he saw just now, he felt somewhat relieved. If it's not that kind of origin, how could there be such a secret? This secret was left behind by the Dao sect that we joined hands to kill. Therefore, there are a lot of formations inside. Ordinary Buddhas and Confucian cultivators can't find it, let alone go in. After so many years, the location of this secret has long been forgotten. If this one hadn't looked up an old matter recently, no matter what, I wouldn't have thought that there was such an immortal artifact in the Pure Land world. Xin Xin said again. "Since it's an immortal artifact, how can we do it? Female Tanyu should ask for help from her own sect." Jiyuzhen smiled bitterly. Although he coveted the ancient Buddha celestial artifact, he still knew that this place was not a place where he could escape unscathed. Xin Xin waved her hand disapprovingly. "Master, you're wrong. If this one asks for help from others, how could the immortal artifact fall into their hands? Master, don't forget that it's an immortal artifact. Which Confucian cultivator doesn't want it? Until now, this one only dares to tell fellow immortal Si Hui and Master about this." This one doesn't dare to trust anyone else. Ji Yuzhen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Xin Xin's words. Moreover, this one has made sufficient preparations for this matter. Not only did I read the records of that place clearly, but I also memorized all the formations inside. I also have a well-thought-out plan to break all the formations. As a matter of fact, this one came to the Four Extremes Mountain to borrow a Dao sect magic treasure from Master Heaven Flipping Master to break one of the formations. Of course, since Master Heaven Flipping Master has fallen, you should be able to use his Buddhist alms bowl as well. Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Yuzhen finally understood. Female Tan Yu wants to break the Dao sect's water-based formation. Exactly. Xin Xin clapped her hands and smiled. You're right, Master. If you're not in a hurry to return to the Crimson Melon Temple, you can come with us. I estimate that the round trip will take around 20 days. Oh! Ji Yuzhen was surprised again. Only 20 days? How could there be such a forbidden area near the Four Extremes Mountain? Hehe, this one has already spoken so frankly. Master, there's no need to force this one any further, right? Xin Xin said with a smile. Ji Yuzhen's face flushed red, and he smiled embarrassedly. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha, female Tan Yu has indeed given this old monk a difficult problem. Since it's an opportunity, it won't be easy. Xin Xin smiled. If it's so easy to obtain, how could it be called an opportunity? In any case, this one has already explained the reason for this matter. It's up to Master to decide whether to go or not. Ci Hui. Ji Yuzhen thought for a moment, then suddenly asked the little monk, Ci Hui. Ci Hui was clearly taken aback, but he hastily nodded and said, This little monk is here. Do you have any instructions for me, martial ancestor? Do you know where that secret is? Ji Yuzhen asked. -12. Chapter 34:16. Ci Hui glanced at Xin Xin and said with a smile, Xin Tanyu didn't tell me the details, but I know the general location. It'll definitely take less than 20 days. Since that's the case, I'll go with Xin Tanyu. Hearing that, Ji Yuzhen made a decision. I just need to return to Jiang Li Temple within a month. Good. Xin Xin clapped and said, with an expert like Master Ji Yuzhen, I'll have more confidence. Ji Yuzhen waved his hand, I have some useless Buddhist abilities, so I don't dare to hope for any immortal tools. I only hope to obtain the ancient Buddha Cai Li under Enyu Tanue's guidance. Oh, in addition to that, I don't need anything in the forbidden area. I won't ask about the specific distribution. Amitabha, thank you for your help, Grandmaster. Ci Hui knew these words were meant for him, so he didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly thanked him. Since you've decided, we'd better hurry over. Xin Xin urged, we'll try our best to leave more time for you. Benefactor Xin. Xiao Hua said with a wry smile, now that things have come to this, you should tell me where you're going, right? Hehe, of course. Xin Xin said with a smile, I'm not afraid to tell you that it's Saint River. Even if you know it's Saint River, without my guidance, you won't be able to find the forbidden area. Saint River? Xiao Hua was stunned, and so was Ji Yuzhen. The two of them said almost at the same time. The Saint River of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. He had said this sentence, but there was one sentence he did not shout out. Saint Jiang is actually in the Elysium world. Ji Yuzhen followed Xiao Hua and said, Is it the Saint River that Saint River hides the Emperor's sword, and the Emperor's sword comes out to suppress the 9 provinces? This is beyond old monk's expectations. That's right, it's that Saint River. Xin Xin said proudly, in the 3 continents, besides the Saint River of the Pure Land world, who else dares to call themselves Saint River? Alas, I go to Saint River almost every year. Why didn't I know there was such a forbidden area at the bottom of the river? Ji Yuzhen sighed. Ci Hui, on the other hand, was very calm. She smiled and shook her head. Grandmaster, the Saint River crosses the Pure Land world. It is known as the origin of the 2 seas. How did you find the forbidden area in such a huge Saint River? Is the immortal artifact the Son of Heaven's sword? Xiao Hua suddenly called out. Xin Xin looked at Xiao Hua, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, "Little monk TPU, the sage Jiang Kang's son of heaven sword is just a legend. Do you think the Dao sect's immortal weapon can suppress the 9 regions? If that's the case, where would the face of us Confucian cultivators go? Even without the son of heaven's sword." Hehe, since Saint Jiang is in the Pure Land world of the Buddhism sect, could it be that the origin of the Confucian cultivators is the Pure Land world? Not the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua seized the opportunity and unceremoniously retorted. "Oh." Xin Xin didn't open her mouth, but Ci Hui, who was next to her, was surprised. She said in surprise, if it weren't for junior brother TPU, this little monk would never have thought about this. This Saint Jiang is clearly the name of Confucian cultivators, so why is it still called this in the Pure Land world? Even the name hasn't been changed. It's really puzzling. Speaking to this point, Ci Hui somewhat apologetically said to Xin Xin, "Xin Tanyu, don't blame this little monk for being curious. This little monk has always been engrossed in Buddhist cultivation, so I don't know much about these secular things. Suddenly hearing this today, I feel a bit strange. It's not that I'm being disrespectful to you Confucian cultivators." Hehe, Xin Xin smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Ci Hui's attitude is normal. Haggling over every ounce is not good for your cultivation. As for why Saint Jiang is in the Pure Land world and why the name of Saint Jiang is contrary to the name of the Buddhism sect, this involves a great ancient secret. This little one only vaguely heard about it. As for the specific truth, I'm afraid it has long been annihilated in time and space. If even female benefactor doesn't know, then I'm afraid not many people in this world know." Jiyuzhen obviously had the same idea as Ci Hui. He also didn't care about Saint Jiang or Buddha Jiang. He casually said, and then looked up at the full moon and urged, "Since female benefactor doesn't know what that immortal tool is, it's not too late for me to wait until we reach Saint Jiang. Yes, let's hurry on our way. On the way, this little one will tell the 2 fellow immortals what I know, so that we can carefully plan and avoid any mistakes." Xin Xin naturally echoed. She waved her hand, and the somewhat lazy strange bird in the distance immediately shook its black and white feathers and flew over. Strange, since the son of heaven's sword is so powerful and is said to be able to shake the 9 regions, why is it not ranked in the top 10 imperial tools? Xiao Hua's curiosity was greatly aroused. He followed behind Xin Xin and asked, "Since there is a saying that Saint Jiang hid the son of heaven's sword, then is the son of heaven's sword in Saint Jiang now? If it's not there, then where is the son of heaven's sword?" "Oh, the son of heaven's sword, the son of heaven is the son of heaven. In this world, who can wield the son of heaven's sword?" Xiao Hua's question was even more powerful than the Buddhist sect's secret incantation. Hearing it, Xin Xin covered her face and ran away. She jumped on the strange bird and soared into the sky, escaping without a trace. "Ari, this is an impatient little girl." Xiao Hua very regretfully stood in the air and shrugged his shoulders. This scholarly family's upbringing is indeed a bit lacking. Don't they know that not answering other people's questions is impolite? He, junior brother TPU. The azure lion flew to Xiao Hua's side. Ci Hui sat upright on top of it and said with a smile, "Previously, junior brother mentioned Virokana. This little monk just happened to have some understanding, so I'll discuss it with junior brother now." "Haha, very good." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His figure flew up and landed on the azure lion's back. He sat down cross-legged. The azure lion raised its head and roared. Blue clouds appeared under its feet and it chased after the purple fur that had already flown away. Xiao Hua often heard people say that when drinking with a bosom friend, 1,000 cups were too few, and when talking to a friend, half a sentence was too much. He didn't like spiritual wine very much, so he had never had 1,000 cups of wine competition with others. However, there were quite a few cultivators who didn't get along with him. However, when it came to a monk like Ci Hui, Xiao Hua had nexiao met him before. There was no need to talk about Li Zongbao, who didn't say a single word for a long time. There was also no need to talk about Zhong Qingxiao. Although this guy talked a lot, every word he said didn't deviate from the devil sect. He was abnormally arrogant. As for the other people, they didn't make Xiao Hua feel relaxed and free. It seemed that in front of Si Hui, he could talk about anything. He and Si Hui could debate about the Dharma for several days in a row, citing scriptures and arguments. Sometimes they argued until their faces and ears turned red, but when they talked until their mouths and tongues were dry, they would look at each other and smile. Perhaps no one could convince the other, but the two of them had gained a lot in their hearts. Si Hui's attainments in the Dharma were very deep, but he was also very humble. In front of Xiao Hua, he didn't have the slightest trace of arrogance. Every time Xiao Hua said something, every question he asked, he would definitely answer, and he would tell everything he knew. This made Xiao Hua's understanding of the Dharma become deeper and deeper in these 10 days. Every time Xiao Hua gained something, he would be exultant and share it with Si Hui. It was as if he was a real monk. Xiao Hua was close to Si Hui, so how could Si Hui not admire Xiao Hua? Seeing that Xiao Hua's Dharma cultivation was getting deeper and deeper, the smile on the corner of his mouth also became more and more intense. He felt very gratified that he had brought Xiao Hua out of the Xiaoling Long Temple in the Great Snow Mountain. If such a little monk with the root of wisdom was left on a barren mountain, the Buddhist sect would have one less famous senior monk in the future. Alas, the Buddhist sect is really amazing. This Xiao really underestimated them in the past. On this day, Xiao Hua and Si Hui debated for a while and mentioned a slightly obscure Buddhist principle. Si Hui didn't know how to explain it for a while, so he closed his eyes and pondered. Xiao Hua also temporarily rested. He raised his eyes to look at the purple-haired Hu and the strange bird flying in front of him, then he released his Buddhist sense again to explore the situation below. He sighed endlessly in his heart. This Dharma is broad and profound, and the profoundness within it is endless. Even if there are monks who don't cultivate the Dharma, they can still benefit a lot from it. If compared to Confucian cultivators, Dharma is literature, and Dharma is martial. The two can be separated from each other, but they can also complement each other. If compared to my Dao sect seems to be much weaker in this aspect. Dao sect scriptures are mostly about cultivation, about overcoming the heavens with oneself. If this Xiao didn't come to the 3 continents, how could I jump out from the bottom of a well? How could I know the mysteries of Confucian cultivators and Buddhism? Those prejudices against Buddhism from before, presumably also have to be removed. Whether it was Buddhism or Confucianism, there were those who pretended to be sanctimonious, those who pretended to be righteous, those who pretended to be benevolent, those who spoke sweet words but swords at the heart, and those who were cruel and merciless. But at the same time, there were those who were sincere, those who were warm-hearted, those who were open-minded, and those who were kind on the outside but soft-hearted. Didn't they say that the same rice could raise 100 different kinds of people? There are also 10,000 kinds of people under one cultivation sect. This is human nature, and it has nothing to do with the cultivation method. It's just that, since this Xiao is a cultivator, he must cultivate properly. Since this Xiao has the opportunity to learn from others, then he must learn from different cultivators. Learning from each other's strong points is the way of cultivation. After thinking through this, the prejudice against Buddhism in Xiao Hua's heart gradually disappeared. He unconsciously relaxed, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. Then, he released his Buddhist sense and casually looked at the ground. Previously, when Xiao Hua came from the snowy mountain to the Four Extremes mountain, the road was completely desolate, and it was rare to see people. Not to mention the snowy mountain, which was extremely high and covered in snow, ordinary Buddhist children wouldn't go there. Even the Four Extremes mountain was very dangerous. If Xin didn't lead the way, Si Hui might not have been able to find it. Therefore, what Xiao Hua saw was quite similar to the Dawn Rain continent. But not long after coming out of the Four Extremes mountain, the scenery of this paradise began to change. The climate gradually became hot, and a kind of warm and dry heat was constantly in the air. On the ground, there were also more greenery. Strange trees propped up the canopy, covering the increasingly dense mortals in the shade. -12. Chapter 34:17. This strange tree was different from Dawn Rain Continent and Hidden Immortal Continent. The thick tree trunk was like a pagoda in a temple, stacked up layer by layer. This tree trunk was also bare, no branches could be seen. Only when it reached the top of the tree crown did it extend several jong-wide branches in all directions. The leaves that made up the tree crown were also interesting. They were like palm leaf fans. When the wind blew, the tree crown swayed, as if a big hand was shaking hundreds of palm leaf fans at the same time. The fruits of this strange tree also attracted Xiao Hua's attention. These fruits were different from spirit fruits and spirit trees. They were not hanging on the branches, but just stuck to the top of the tree crown, raised high. Moreover, each tree only bore 9 fruits. These fruits were of different sizes. The big ones were the size of a head, and the small ones were only the size of a fist. The fruits looked very strong. The green fruit skin tightly wrapped the fruit. Even if it fell from the top of the tree, the fruit would not be torn apart. The scenery was naturally in Xiao Hua's eyes, but what he paid attention to was the people in the scenery. The mortals of Elysium World were no different from Hidden Immortal Continent, but their skin was slightly darker, and their clothes were different. Most of the men wore short clothes, while the women wore light veils that covered their skin and faces. Of course, in addition to the secular people, most of them were ordinary monks. In Elysium World, there were many temples. These temples were either big or small, and the incense burning there was exuberant. Whenever Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept through the temples, he would see pious men and women kowtowing, offering incense, and giving money. Of course, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense was often detected by the senior monks in the temples. At the beginning, Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew his Buddhist sense, fearing that it would cause a misunderstanding. But after a long time, Xiao Hua found that not only did the Buddhist sense not have any hostility toward the temples, but it was also very kind. When it came into contact with his Buddhist sense, it would immediately withdraw, without any further warning. Elysium World. Is it really a Elysium World? Looking at the pious faces of the men and women, looking at the smiles on the faces of the monks, Xiao Hua sighed again. Are the people of Elysium World very satisfied? Alas, in this Xiao's opinion, Buddhism is a special sect among Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Rather than saying it is a cultivation method, it is better to say it is a kind of faith. Although soul cultivators also emphasized on the power of faith, their believers were all natives of Meng Mountains, and their range was limited. As for the Buddhist sect, because of the doctrine of Buddhism, everyone could believe in the Lord Buddha. Although the power of faith of a single person was weak, and could not be compared to the millions of natives in Meng Mountains, there were so many of them. Perhaps there were hundreds of millions of people in the entire Elysium. This level of power of faith. Holy shit, it should be enough for the Buddha Lord to become a Buddha, or perhaps this belief was the root of happiness. Since they were all beliefs, what was the relationship between the 12 great gods of soul cultivation and the Buddha of Buddhism sect? Why does my Tao sect not have a Tao ancestor? Why doesn't our Tao sect have any faith? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more he thought about it. He had thought about it before, but at that time, it was all doubts and doubts. Now that he saw the prosperity of the Buddhist sect, he couldn't help but think deeply. Xiao Hui opened her eyes and saw that Xiao Hua was also pondering with his eyes closed. She smiled and asked, "Junior brother TPU, have you comprehended anything?" Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes. He smiled and said, "This little monk was a little tired just now, so I took a short rest." Only Xiao Hua himself could solve the problem of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. He didn't think that this Xiao Hui, who only knew about Buddhism, could help him in any way. Look into the distance, we have arrived at the Saint River. Xiao Hui didn't think it was a big deal. She pointed her finger into the distance and said with a smile, "Oh, so fast." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a stretch of green water spreading between the heaven and earth. One end of the green water was connected to the mountain range and the green shade, while the other end was connected to the boundless sky. The green water in the distance was so close to the color of the sky that it was impossible to distinguish the boundary. It was as if the green water was the falling of the Milky Way. Looking at the green water again, there were white sails smaller than a handkerchief. Under the white sails, there were doll-like boats that didn't move for a long time. Xiao Hua understood that it wasn't that these boats didn't move, but rather that they were drifting like the big boats nearby. It was just that they were too far away from here. The distance that the big boats drifted over was too small in his eyes. Is this the South Sea or the Saint River? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Wasn't this river too wide? Nonsense, where is the South Sea? This can only be the Saint River. Ci Hui lightly reprimanded Xiao Hua and said, this Saint River is known as the origin of the two seas. Not only is it vast and magnificent, it crosses the Pure Land world and has thousands of tributaries that converge into it. Wherever the river reaches, there are hundreds of millions of Buddhists. I don't know how many Buddhists rely on the Saint River to survive. What is that? While speaking, Xiao Hua frowned and pointed his finger in a direction. Oh! Ci Hui didn't understand and followed Xiao Hua's finger. She saw that it was a river bay that was several li in size. The Saint River's water flowed slowly, circling and flowing between two hills. The hills were several li in size, forming a very calm river bay. The two hills were ordinary and not very tall. However, on the hills, there were two Buddha statues that were several zhong in size. Therefore, this river bay was different. At this time, on top of the hills, there were many men and women who climbed up with difficulty and piously prostrated themselves in front of the Buddha statues. Below the hills, the river bay was abnormally lively. What Xiao Hua said was a group of more than 10 people. Everyone in this group was wearing plain clothes. There were also some women with white flowers on their temples. In front of the group, there were several people carrying something that looked like a flower basket. However, in the flower basket, there were not only flowers, but also an old man who was lying naked in the flowers. The old man's hands were crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were tightly closed and his face revealed a kind of serene smile. This group of people walked to an empty spot at the side of River Bend and slowly came to a stop. The few people at the front put down the flower baskets, and the 10 people at the back rushed forward. The woman plucked the white flowers from her temples and threw them into the flower baskets. Then, everyone worked together to lift the flower baskets and sent them into River Bend. Although the river water in the river bay was gentle, it was still flowing. After the flower basket entered the river bay, it immediately floated into the river bay along with the river water. The flower basket was originally made of rattan. Just as it floated out several zhong, the river water immediately rushed in. The river water increased and gradually lifted the old man's body. Then, the flower basket gradually sank. Amitabha! At the side of the river bay, the more than 10 men and women had smiles on their faces. Although there were some women with sparkling and translucent tears at the corners of their eyes, they still chanted the Buddhist scriptures in an abnormally pious manner. Following everyone's gaze, the flower basket sank to the bottom of the river bay. The old man's body was indeed half sinking and half floating, moving along with the river flow. It was very obvious that this was the old man's funeral. These more than 10 men and women should be the old man's children and relatives. If it was just this, Xiao Hua might not be surprised. Whether it was the cremation of the old monk from the exquisite temple or the burial of the ordinary cultivators from the Xiaoyu continent, Xiao Hua had seen them all. This water burial was not considered rare. However, this river bay was more than 10 li in size. Not only were there many people at the side of the river bay, there were also many people inside the river bay. Of the people inside the river bay, some were taking a bath, some were immersing themselves in the water devoutly. Of course, there were also some people who were floating on the water just like that. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The people outside the river bay, some were kneeling by the side of the river, kowtowing to the ground. It was unknown what their mouths were muttering. Some were prostrating themselves on the water, devoutly cupping the river water with their hands and drinking it in big mouthfuls. There were also some people who were holding a few boxes in their hands, splashing something into the river water. If Xiao Hua was not surprised, it should be the embers of the corpse after the fire. When the old man's corpse slid into the river water, there were still a few people who were wildly drinking the river water. These people only slightly moved to the side. Then, they simply ignored the old man and continued to pour the river water into their mouth. As for the old man's corpse floating by, the people in the river water turned a blind eye to it. They simply did not care. The people in the river water did not pay attention to the old man's corpse. However, the fish in the water and the birds in the sky did. Not long after the old man's corpse floated into the river bay, fat river fish swam over and surrounded the naked corpse in the water. On the river surface, several birds also flew down, either eating the river fish or swallowing the corpse. As for the old man's son on the riverbank, not only did he not anxiously chase away the birds and fish, his face was instead filled with joy. These people, aren't they too crazy? Xiao Hua looked at the inconceivable actions of the various people in the river bay and unconsciously became dumbstruck. He whispered, "Amitabha." Xiao Hui, however, acted as if this was a common occurrence. She chanted Buddha's name and laughed. What's so strange about this? Junior brother TPU is a bit obsessed. Junior brother TPU, don't you know? Although this saint river has the title of a Confucian saint, our Buddhist sect has never planned to change its name. However, this great river that runs through the Pure Land world already has no name in the hearts of billions of Buddhist people. Whether it is called Saint River or Buddha River, in the hearts of Buddhist people, it is only a Buddha river. It is a river that is unique in the hearts of billions of Buddhist people. It is a river that is filled with the blessings of Buddha, a river that carries the past life, present life and future life of Buddhist people. Looking at Xiao Hua's slightly frowning appearance, Xiao Hui excitedly said, "Junior brother TPU, seeing this scene, could it be that you are not happy? Could it be that you don't feel that this is the eternal state of Buddha's light in our Pure Land world? Do you know that this great river is connected to the land of bliss in the hearts of Buddhist people? The origin of this river is the exit of the land of bliss, the destination of this river is the entrance of the land of bliss. Look at that newborn baby boy, after he was washed in this river, he received the blessings of Buddha. As for that old man who just passed away, he washed the dust of his life here. His dirty and smelly skin was left in the river, his clean soul flowed into the land of bliss along with the river. -12. Chapter 34:18. This. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and slightly shook his head. Isn't Saint River the source of the two seas? When did it connect to the land of bliss? That's the truth. Xiao Hui vigorously nodded and pointed at the distant white sails on the river. This is something that cultivators like us can know. However, how many of these Buddhists can walk along this Saint River? Even those fishing boats on the river have never gone from the West Sea to the East Sea, right? How do they know where this Saint River came from and where it went? Even if they have never seen it and never went there, they might not have never heard of it, right? Xiao Hua continued to argue. They naturally have heard of it, and they even know that this river is called Saint River. Just like what Junior Brother said before, this saint is a special name for Confucian cultivators, it has nothing to do with my Buddhist sect. But do they believe it? Will they even listen? Xiao Hui smiled, not to mention that there are hundreds and thousands of such legends. They are devout Buddhists of my Pure Land world, their hearts have long been illuminated by my Buddha's light, they will not tolerate other fill. Hundreds and thousands of legends, they only believe my Buddha's word. Amitabha, this little monk understands. Xiao Hua slightly sighed, he already understood the trick. Previously, he was still thinking about the benefits of faith, now he saw the drawbacks of faith. To believe and be true is to be devout, but to believe and be foolish is to be evil. But who is devout and who is evil, how can Buddhists know? They can't jump out of the well, they can't distinguish the direction of the river. Only cultivators like Xiao Hua who can jump out of the well can clearly see the direction of the river. However, thinking about the great formation at the bottom of the West Sea and the vast border of the 3 continents, Xiao Hua shuddered. He really doesn't know how deep this well is. While speaking, the azure lion has already flown over this river bend. At the place where the river bend enters the river, The old man's corpse that Xiao Hua just saw once again emerged a few times and slowly sank into the depths of the river. At the place where the corpse sank, a few small whirlpools appeared. These whirlpools also disappeared in a flash. Looking at the place where the whirlpools disappeared, from time to time, a few white bones emerged from the river. It seems to be the corpses that were previously buried in the water. How dirty is this river? Xiao Hua looked. He was too lazy to talk to the excited Ci Hui. His heart felt a chill. Fortunately, as the azure lion flew into the heart of the river, the water became increasingly green. The things that could be seen at the river's edge also disappeared. Some fish that were unwilling to be left out also rejoiced. Flocks of birds also flew from the side to join in the fun. It made Xiao Hua's somewhat gloomy heart. Shin Shin didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua and Ci Hui. She rode the strange bird and flew in front of Ji Yuzhen. The two of them kept talking about something. They seemed to be discussing how to enter the danger zone. At this moment, she led the three of them straight into the heart of the river. Seeing a strangely shaped reef emerging from the river, she stopped again and looked at it. Then, she patted the strange bird's neck again and flew towards the upper reaches of the Saint River. After flying for half a day, he finally stopped. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua and Ci Hui who were following behind him. He faintly pointed below and said, "It's here." Here! Before Ci Hui could speak, Ji Yuzhen, who was standing next to Shin Shin, had a strange look on his face. He seemed to be in disbelief as he said, "Is Shin Tanyu wrong? This is the famous Nightmare Reef Bay of the Sage River. How could it be the location of the Tao sect's array formation? What's impossible?" Shin Shin smiled and said, "Taoism's array formations are unpredictable to begin with. Moreover, this is a forbidden area passed down from ancient times." "That's right. I'm not denying Taoism's formation, nor am I doubting Tanyu's discovery. I just feel that countless Buddhist seniors have come here to explore for thousands of years. How could they not find any clues?" Ji Yuzhen seemed to have lost his composure at this moment. His expression became even more anxious as he hurriedly asked. When Xiao Hua heard the two's words, he glanced at Ci Hui's frown and lowered his head to look at the river. He saw that the river's surface was completely different from before. The other parts of the river were completely calm. Even if there were some surging waves, they were ordinary waves. After the waves passed, the river's surface was completely flat. The river had a circumference of a few miles, and was filled with whirlpools of different sizes. These whirlpools were letting out strange moaning noises, and gusts of strong wind were blowing in and out of the river, wreaking havoc in this area. Also, these whirlpools looked disorderly, but there was a dark grey shadow between 2 or 3 whirlpools. This shadow couldn't be dispelled even under the scorching sun. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his spiritual sense. The chaotic wind around his nose already told him that the world's spiritual energy here was extremely chaotic. It wasn't the kind of order that was commonly seen in Taoism's array formations. Xiao Hua glanced at the strangeness of the river and asked Ci Hui in a low voice, "Is there a saying in Nightmare Reef Bay?" Ci Hui also shifted her gaze away from the river and said with a bitter smile, "It's not just a saying, it's simply a notorious name. This body of water is extremely strange. If a feather falls on it, even if it doesn't get sucked into a whirlpool, it won't float on the river's surface. All the boats that pass through here, regardless of whether they belong to ordinary Buddhists or Buddhist sect disciples, are not spared. They all sink into the water and turn into wood chips. The entire process is like a nightmare, so it's called Nightmare Reef Bay by the people nearby. The reason why it's called Nightmare Reef Bay is because there were previously people who believed that there were a large number of reefs under the river that caused such a strange scene. Those boats also sank after touching the reefs. However, after the investigations of my Buddhist sect seniors, there isn't a single reefs under this body of water. Apart from the fact that there aren't any fish or ordinary marine life, there isn't anything different here. There are even many seniors who used Heaven's Eyes to investigate, but apart from the river, they found nothing. As time passed, no more ships passed by this place, and no more Arhat came here to investigate. This place became a stretch of stagnant water. It's like a nightmare that no one likes. That's not all. Ci Hui turned her head at this moment and said rather viciously, "This area of several dozen miles is very strange. At specific times, it will produce an illusion. The illusion's range is extremely large, more than 100 miles. Not only will the passing boats fall into it, the mortals on the boats will also lose their senses and enter a nightmare. When they come out of the illusion, they will either go crazy, be happy, be sad, or become demented, and so on and so forth. Even my Buddhist sect disciples are not spared. Of course, these people can be considered lucky to be able to escape from the illusion. When this old monk was young, I had a junior brother who was ordered by his master to go somewhere else. He occasionally passed by the Nightmare Reef Bay and accidentally encountered the illusion. He disappeared without a trace, and to this day, it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. My Crimson Reed Temple sent out disciples to search for several days, but they didn't find any clues. This old monk was also part of the search that day, and even used my Buddhist awareness to explore the borders of this body of water. This old monk still clearly remembers the apprehension and uneasiness in my heart at that time, afraid that this body of water would suddenly unleash its power and suck me in. At this point, Ci Hui lowered her head and looked at the mouth-like vortexes below her. She sighed and said, "Since that day, old monk has never come here again. I haven't even come within 100 miles of this place. If not for Enyu Tanyu bringing me here today, this old monk definitely wouldn't have come. So that's how it is." Shin Shin nodded slightly. No wonder Great Master reminded this one earlier. This one didn't expect there to be such an old story. Ah, Amitabha. If it's as Enyu Tanyu said, this place is an extremely hidden ancient formation. Enyu Tanyu can take out the immortal weapon inside and destroy this formation to avenge my junior brother. Even if this old monk can't obtain the ancient Buddhist Kylie, this old monk is still willing, Ji Yuzhen said somewhat sadly. Shin Shin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she smiled apologetically. Great Master thinks too highly of this little girl. This formation was left behind from ancient times. Even an immortal weapon is not the formation eye of the formation. Even if this one is lucky enough to obtain an immortal weapon, it's impossible to destroy this formation. If it's possible, we can find the corpse of the junior brother that Great Master mentioned. It's already good enough. Hearing this, Ji Yuzhen's body trembled slightly. He actually took a long breath, and then said with a wry smile, "Corpse? Ah, so many years have passed. How can we still find a corpse? Even if there are, how many corpses have been piled up since ancient times? How can we still distinguish them?" Grandmaster? Ji Yuzhen's reaction was very strange. Not only did Xiao Hua and Shin Shin see the abnormality, but Ci Hui was also somewhat puzzled. She asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with you?" "Haha, it's nothing." Ji Yuzhen grinned. This old monk just has a slight feeling and thought of the past. Then, Ji Yuzhen urged again, "Enyu Tanyu, how do we enter this ancient formation?" "Great Master, don't worry," Shin Shin said with a smile. "This little girl naturally has a way to enter the formation. It's just that it takes time to enter this formation, so we'll have to wait here for a while." Ji Yuzhen raised his thick white eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that we have to wait for that illusion to appear?" Xiao Hua's heart also thumped, seeming to understand something. Fortunately, Shin Shin hurriedly explained, "Great Master, this little girl doesn't know whether the illusion of the Nightmare Reef Rock is related to the formation, but according to the records, entering the formation doesn't need to go through any illusion formation, but we still have to wait until dusk or sunset." Sunset. Hearing this, Xiao Hua and the other two involuntarily raised their heads. However, at this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds. How could they see the sun? When the three people's puzzled gazes fell on Shin Shin's face, she clapped her hands and took out an ink cloud pupil. She said with a wry smile, "The situation inside is all in this ink cloud pupil, but there are some origin formation restrictions inside that others can't see." -12. Chapter 34:19. It doesn't matter. Ji Yuzhen waved his hand and said, "Since this old monk knows your identity and has accompanied you to this place, we must enter this formation. Since others can't see Mo Yuntong, this old monk naturally can't see it either, so there's no need for me to look. Everything inside will be done according to Nutanyu's instructions. What about fellow immortal Ci Hui? Shinshin smiled and looked at Ci Hui. Ci Hui shrugged and answered very seriously, Nutanyu has held on to this Mo Yuntong for a long time, right? She seems to have never wanted this little monk to look at it. Since that's the case, why should this little monk look at it? Xiao Hua found Ci Hui's shrugging action very familiar. Isn't this what I often do? I don't know when monk Ci Hui secretly learned it from me. However, Xiao Hua just looked and didn't say anything. He blinked his eyes and looked at the water below him. In his opinion, Shinshin must be treating him as nothing like before. Little monk TPU tilde unexpectedly, Shinshin raised her hand and held the Mo Yuntong in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. She smiled and said, "Do you want to take a look?" "Me?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Shinshin in disbelief and said, "Benefactress still remembers this little monk. This little monk thought you wouldn't ask about it like before. How could that be? Everything before didn't involve entering the formation. Now that we're going to work together to enter the forbidden area, how can this one not ask for your opinion?" Shinshin said seriously, "Although the result is the same as not being able to see it, this one still has to ask. My little monk master wants to take a look." From what Benefactress said, Buddhist awareness can't see through this Mo Yuntong? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Shinshin frowned and said, "That's right. This one already said it before. What if this little monk can see it?" Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and was about to grab the Mo Yuntong in Shinshin's hand. Just as Xiao Hua expected, Shinshin didn't withdraw her hand and even stretched it forward a bit. She smiled and said, "It's best if this little monk can see it, so that I won't have to say anything in the future and fellow immortal Ci Hui can rest assured." Xiao Hua withdrew his hand as soon as he touched Mo Yuntong. He looked at Shinshin's dark and rough face and said with a smile, "Since Buddhist awareness can't see it, why should I? Even senior brother Ci Hui is at ease with you, so why can't this little monk be at ease? H, why do I feel like this little monk doesn't trust me?" Shinshin snorted and withdrew her hand. "Ha ha ha. I've never met you before, Benefactress. I've just shaved my head and entered Buddhism, but you've already tricked me into leaving the mountain. Who knows what you're up to?" Xiao Hua placed his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. "Now that we're about to enter the ancient array formation, what's wrong with this little monk asking a few more questions and probing a few more times? Don't tell me that I, the Arhat of Buddhism, am someone who can be easily fooled." Cough cough. Without waiting for Shinshin to say anything, Ci Hui coughed twice and said in a low voice, "Junior brother TPU, pay attention to your image. You are now a disciple of my Buddhist school. Speaking nonsense will damage your merit." Cough cough. Hearing Ci Hui's reminder, Xiao Hua couldn't help but cough. This was going deep into the ancient array formation. Their lives could be in danger at any time. According to Xiao Hua's knowledge, Ci Hui didn't seem to know Shinshin's origin and background. They were just friends. How could Ci Hui trust Shinshin so much? She didn't even ask about the situation inside the array formation and wanted to follow her in? If she was used as a cover or something, wouldn't her death be in vain? His probing like this didn't seem to be excessive, right? Could it be that this Buddhist disciple's behavior and sitting posture were more important than her life? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He looked at Ci Hui and then at Shinshin and said, "There's still some time before dusk. If Benefactress Shin has the heart, you might as well tell this little monk and others the details of this ancient array formation in Mo Yuntong. Although I'll listen to Benefactress's arrangements, if we listen to her in advance, we'll at least know what to do, right? Or we can also give Benefactress some suggestions." Hearing this, Shinshin nodded slightly. She looked up at the sky and said, "Little monk, you're right. Although I've already told fellow immortal Ci Hui some things, now we'd better discuss it properly." However, when Shinshin told him what she knew, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because according to Shinshin, this was indeed an ancient array formation. However, as for what kind of array formation it was and how many dangers there were, she didn't know. Of course, it was impossible for her to know what kind of ancient array it was. What she knew was how to enter the magic formation, and that there was a fairy weapon left behind by the immortal realm in the magic formation. As for why Shin Shin was confident that she could break into the magic formation and get the fairy weapon, it was because Mo Yuntong had recorded several dangerous parts of the magic formation, and she had prepared several imperial weapons and celestial devices according to Mo Yuntong's description. Great-aunt Tilda Xiaohua almost blurted out, You want to break into the ancient array formation and obtain the immortal tool with these things? You're too imaginative, aren't you? You think I want to? Shin Shin clenched her teeth, her face slightly flushed. She took out Mo Yuntong again and shouted, This Mo Yuntong was originally incomplete. When I checked it, I also forcibly broke the restriction. It's already good that I know these things. If you can do it, you can see for yourself. In that case. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Little Monk suggests that we treat this as a sightseeing tour. Little Monk will pretend that he didn't hear about this array formation. You and I will rest here for a while and look at the nearby scenery. Then we'll cup our hands and say goodbye. How about we go about our own business? Junior brother Dipu Tilda Ci Hui said with a smile, Could it be that you didn't want to enter this array formation before? Aren't you interested in the ancient Buddha's fortune inside? Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, Benefactor Shin said it well. Little Monk was originally here to join in the fun. If there was Master Fantian's magic tool, Little Monk wouldn't have come. Now that Master Jiyu Zhen is here, Little Monk's role as a Buddhist disciple is also gone. Little Monk has never been interested in treasure hunting. Little Monk came with Senior Brother just to listen to Senior Brother talk about Buddhism and enjoy it. Beside him, Jiyu Zhen looked at Xiaohua and said in all seriousness, Little Monk, what you think makes sense. However, if it was another array formation, Little Monk might persuade Shin Tanyu to stop. But this is the Nightmare Reef's array formation. Even if Shin Tanyu stops now, Little Monk will still try it. Why? Ci Hui wanted to persuade Xiaohua, but when she heard Jiyu Zhen's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the junior brother mentioned by Master? Shin Shin's face was green and red because of Xiaohua's words. She was a little angry. Now her heart was moved and she said anxiously, Could it be Master's? Yes. Jiyu Zhen raised his head and sighed. Looking at the gloomy clouds, a trace of tears actually flashed in the corner of his eyes. That junior brother of this old monk, is this old monk's younger brother? When Ci Hui said this, everyone's heart was heavy. Xiaohua had already felt that this junior brother might have some connection with Jiyu Zhen, but he didn't expect them to be so close. When this old monk was young, my family was poor. Before my younger brother was born, my father passed away. This old monk was only 4 years old at that time. My impression of my father was very shallow. After father passed away, mother was the only one who took care of old Na and my younger brother. Life was extremely difficult. When old Na was 10 years old, our family encountered a rare flood. Even now, old Na can still clearly remember that day when the waves reached the sky. Mother only had time to remove a door plank before the entire house was engulfed by the flood. That door plank was very small and could only fit this old monk and my 6-year-old younger brother. My mother could only hold the corner of the door plank with her hand. Jiyu Zhen took a deep breath and said tirelessly, After drifting with the flood for more than half a day, my mother's strength was already exhausted. But this old monk was young at that time and didn't know about this. Plus, the flood had already overflowed and I had already lost my cool. When my mother told me to look after my younger brother, this old monk didn't think the worst of it and only nodded. But, before her mother could finish her warning, a fist-sized beam came along with the flood and smashed her mother into the flood. This old monk was stupefied. My younger brother cried and wanted to crawl under the flood under the door plank. It was at that moment that this old monk knew that in this life, I was the only one my younger brother could rely on. This old monk seemed to have suddenly grown 10 years older. I hurriedly held my younger brother in my arms and coaxed him, saying that it was mother who went to the bottom of the river to catch fish for us. Sigh. Even Xiaohua, who was used to seeing life and death parting, felt his nose sour. Beside him, Shin Shin's eyes were even redder. Fortunately, when the middle of the night passed, The masters of Jianglu Temple and other places had already arrived. The lucky survivors were all rescued. Because this old monk and my younger brother had no home to return to, we followed our masters to Jianglu Temple. After a few more years, this old monk and my younger brother shaved their heads and became monks at the same time. This old monk's Buddhist name was Jiyu Zhen and my younger brother's Buddhist name was Jiyu Nyan. Jiyu Nyan was exceptionally intelligent since childhood, far surpassing this old monk by 100 times. At a young age, he cultivated into the mortal realm. Therefore, he obtained the favor of the Sutra Depository Elder, who prepared to accept him as a disciple and personally instruct him. It was on the eve of the apprenticeship ceremony that this old monk received the abbot's decree to deliver a letter to a place. This matter was originally this old monk's, but this old monk was naturally reciting Buddha's Diamond Sutra and became lazy. When Jiyu Nyan saw this, he volunteered to go in this old monk's place. At this time, Jiyu Zhen's emotions were already somewhat out of control. Who knew that once he left, he would never come back. Later, not only did the seniors of the temple search for him many times, this old monk also secretly sneaked into this place. However, they also found nothing. From then on, whenever this old monk thought of mother's entrustment and thought of Jiyu Nyan dying for this old monk, my heart would ache. After that, this old monk even made a vow in front of Buddha, that in this life, I would find Jiyu Nyan's corpse and comfort my mother's spirit in heaven. For this reason, this old monk ignored my master's advice and stepped into the guardian domain. I learned the power of the Diamond Sutra and cast the body of Buddha, eliminating evil and protecting Buddha. This is because I want to rely on my Buddhist divine ability to one day enter deep into the nightmare reef. -12. Chapter 34:20. At this point, Jiyu Zhen looks at Xiao Hua, then at Ci Hui and Xin Xin. He says word by word, "Previously, I didn't dare to face it because I didn't have the confidence. Now that Buddha has used your hands to lure me here, how can I not take the risk and fulfill my wish?" Hiss. Xiao Hua gasps and murmurs, "Amitabha, it can't be such a coincidence, right?" After hearing this, Ci Hui's face turns solemn. She looks at Jiyu Zhen and says, "Martial ancestor, although this little monk's Buddhist cultivation is shallow, I have some attainments in Buddhist magic. This little monk is not talented, but I'm willing to follow martial ancestor inside to explore." Xin Xin clenches her teeth and says in a low voice, "Sad things all have similar reasons. Since we're all in the same boat, this little girl is also willing to accompany Great Master inside. Although this little girl doesn't know much about arrays." At this point, Xin Xin suddenly realizes something. She turns to look at Xiao Hua and scolds, "Little monk, how dare you make fun of me?" Seeing that Xin Xin scolds him without waiting for him to express his determination, Xiao Hua becomes furious. "Little girl, what do I have to make fun of you? If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Junior brother, pay attention to your manners. You're now a Buddhist disciple." Ci Hui hurriedly says, "Don't violate the precepts of anger and make Buddha unhappy. Who said that you have to understand the array thoroughly before entering? If Mo Yuntong explained the array clearly, then how could the immortal tool still be inside?" Xin Xin stared at Xiao Hua and said, "Just like you said, if we can explain the details of the array clearly, then we'll be going on a sightseeing tour. It's because you don't want to go in, that's why you're accusing me. Hee hee." Xiao Hua smiles, showing his snow-white teeth. Xin Xin's words are reasonable. As long as there's a danger zone, it's already good to have some information about it. How can you understand the situation of the danger zone in detail? The reason why Xiao Hua doesn't want to go in is that he doesn't want to be a shield for others. And now, Jiyu Zhen was determined to go in, for the sake of his heart, not for the sake of his long-cherished wish. Xiao Hua would definitely help such a kind person. Moreover, this was the Dao sect's formation. Even if Xiao Hua was not proficient in formations, he was still a genuine Dao sect disciple. With him around, wouldn't the three of them have a greater chance of survival? Seeing Xiao Hua smiling and not answering her question, Xin Xin felt embarrassed. She stamped her feet in the air and said, "Little monk, are you going or not? If you're going, Then let's get it over with. If you're not going, then hurry up and leave. Xiao Hua faintly smiled, looked at Ci Hui and said, Senior brother Ci Hui, do you think this little monk should go or not? Ci Hui smiled but did not answer. She used her index finger to point at her own chest. Cruel and unscrupulous? Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously. Ci Hui's figure swayed slightly, and she managed to stand firm in midair. She said angrily, Ask your conscience. I do have a conscience, but I can't find my moral integrity. Xiao Hua stretched and said, When you need this little monk, tell this little monk. If you don't, then this little monk will hide behind senior brother. Hehe, this little monk has a glib tongue. Why is he so similar to those pale-faced scholars of Confucian cultivation? Shin Shin smiled, Don't worry, with Master Jiyuzhen here, you won't be needed. You can just follow along and watch the show. I hope so. Xiao Hua shrunk his neck. Fellow immortal Ci Hui. Shin Shin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua, and said to Ci Hui, This one remembers that you know Buddhism's heavenly feat, and your cultivation is quite amazing. It's not amazing, but since heavenly feat is called heart's desire, this little monk can go anywhere within 1,000 feet at will, in just a blink of an eye. Ci Hui nodded without reservation. This is also one of the main reasons why this one invited fellow immortal. Shin Shin said, The first stage of this array is the most difficult. The array will only open for a few breaths of time, and in this few breaths of time, the entire water area within a few miles will be sealed. If not for a special ability, it's impossible to enter. And as long as someone enters the array during this few breaths of time, the entrance of the array will stop. Of course, this period of time is also very short, but for us who are around the 4th grade of origin energy, it's nothing much. This little monk understands. Ci Hui nodded. This little monk is willing to take the lead and tear open the entrance of this array. Good. Shin Shin nodded happily, and then explained to Ci Hui in detail for a while. The two of them didn't talk behind anyone's back, and they didn't transmit their voices, so Xiao Hua heard everything clearly. Although the situation described by Shin Shin wasn't very clear, Xiao Hua already knew that this was definitely a Dao sect's array. Shin Shin's words weren't false, and he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Ari, this time. This Xiao seems to have been forced to do something beyond his ability again. After Shin Shin and Ci Hui's discussion, the three of them put away their mounts. Shin Shin took out the ink cloud pupil and placed it on her forehead to look for a moment, then released her origin energy and searched within a few miles, and then brought the three of them to fly towards the east side of the thousands of whirlpool. Woo woo. Just as the four of them were flying, suddenly, a loud whimpering sound rang out, and within a few miles, waves of ghostly wailing and wolf howling could be heard. Xiao Hua lowered his head to look, and the large and small whirlpools suddenly trembled rapidly. This was the source of the commotion, and the speed at which the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed increased. The hurricane formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth fell into the water, and when it rushed into the whirlpool, it condensed into a sound. Swoosh. Without waiting for the others to make a move, Shin Shin stretched out her hand, and took out an emerald green handkerchief from her sleeve. With a shake of her hand, she threw it into the air. Clouds and mist gushed out from the handkerchief, and after absorbing the noble chi, it turned into a cloud that covered everyone's head, and immediately blocked the hurricane. Woo-woo. 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 The whimpering sound in the water rose and fell one after another, like a frightening melody. The rhythm was like a tide that rushed into everyone's ears. Amitabha. Ci Hui chanted Buddha's name, and his hands formed the Akala seal. The Buddha's light emitted from his body, and also covered the four of them, and that frightening melody could no longer enter. Quickly look. Shin Shin suddenly pointed with her hand, and cheerfully called out. Following the direction that Shin Shin pointed, a trembling tornado gradually appeared in the thousands of whirlpools along with the melody. These tornadoes gradually gathered, and when they reached a height of 100 jong, they suddenly whistled, like a wind dragon rushing to the western horizon. That hurricane was so big, first it was dozens of li, then it was hundreds of li. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this area was sucked into it, and it was like an unyielding wind dragon roaring as it rapidly expanded, and directly rushed into the thick clouds. Swoosh! The hurricane rushed into the clouds, and a hole of dozens of li in size appeared to be insignificant in the endless clouds. However, it was also very mysterious. From this insignificant hole in the clouds, a ray of light shot out, like an orange sword of light falling on Xiao Hua and the others, and sprinkled over the dozens of li of water around the nightmare reef. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole in the clouds. In the slanted horizon, there was a touch of the afterglow of the setting sun, and it was rather reluctant to part with the greyish-blue dusk. The ancient array is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He could also be considered a Grandmaster Array Master, and when he saw the array open, his thoughts were different from others. If this Xiao was the one setting up the array, I really wouldn't know how to set up an array that corresponds to the time. However, when he thought of this, Xiao Hua's heart moved. Oh, perhaps this array doesn't pursue the details, it should be related to, right, it should be related to the power of the sun and moon. If this Xiao knew how to use the power of the sun, moon, and stars in an array, I think I can also set up such a mysterious array. While Xiao Hua was pondering, the ray of light that fell on the several li of water had a beautiful change. The orange ray of light first spread out on the water surface, and then it actually followed the ripples of the water and converged towards the thousands of whirlpools. When the rays of light entered the whirlpools, the entire water body let out a low roar, and the water surface gradually rose. However, it rose by more than 3 inches. The thousands of whirlpools suddenly froze, and the orange ray of light also froze, like thousands of morning stars. This freezing only lasted for an instant, and then all the whirlpools suddenly reversed, and the rays of light within the whirlpools rushed out, rapidly swaying within several li. Every ray of light formed a palm-sized light shadow in the air, and the thousands of light shadows swayed in confusion, as if they were dancing with a group of demons, and it was even more bizarre. This. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, and his eyes flashed with confusion. The space above the water body was restricted by the array, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already thin. These flashing lights didn't cause any fluctuations, and he really didn't understand how to open the array. Fellow immortal Ci Hui Tilda. At this moment, Xin Xin's voice was filled with excitement, and she hurriedly said, "The ancient array has restricted divine sense, and has very little effect on Buddhist sense. In particular, there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, and even the noble qi is a restriction, so your Buddhist divine ability is also very little affected. If you see a door appear in this light shadow, it's a door. As for what the door looks like, and where it appears, according to the records, it's not fixed. Just as we've discussed before, fellow immortal can immediately use the heart intent technique to enter." Okay. Ci Hui had already released her Buddhist sense, and her eyes were also unblinkingly staring at the light shadow swaying irregularly in the sky above the water body. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and only answered casually. Seeing Ci Hui, Xin Xin, and Ji Yuzhen all staring at the light shadow in the sky, Xiao Hua frowned, but his eyes were fixed on the whirlpools above the water. After all, he was a formation grandmaster, and he knew that the changes of light-shadow came from the whirlpools. Tracing back to the source, if he wanted to find the pattern of the changes of light-shadow, he still had to look at the whirlpools. Moreover, if the 3 of them were looking at the light-shadow in the sky, Xiao Hua wouldn't be delayed by looking at the side alone. -12. Chapter 34:21. After looking at it for a moment, Xiao Hua's eyes became a little dizzy. Those vortexes were spinning rapidly. Anyone who looked at them for a long time would feel dizzy. Damn it! Xiao Hua shook his head and closed his eyes, but there seemed to be more than a dozen vortexes in front of him. However, the vortexes in front of him were black and white and had already stopped spinning. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's mind lit up and he almost cried out, "Spinning?" Since the light shadow was in the vortexes and the vortexes were spinning, then the spinning was naturally the source of the light shadow. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked again. He saw that the more than a dozen vortexes were spinning at different levels, at different heights, and at different speeds. He couldn't see any pattern at all. Xiao Hua looked for a moment and seemed to see something. The rotation of the more than a dozen vortexes was changing at every moment, and every change affected the light shadow in the air. However, after Xiao Hua looked for a moment and even released his Buddhist sense to carefully observe for a while, he had no choice but to give up. After all, there were tens of thousands of vortexes. There were tens of thousands of spinning vortexes inside, and each rotation seemed to have an extremely subtle pattern. When these tens of thousands of patterns were put together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a mess. Wanting to find a way to enter the array formation in a short time was indeed somewhat unrealistic. When Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the light shadow and the three people who were concentrating, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Alas, this Xiao is a bit of a dead end. This Xiao isn't here to set up the array, let alone to break it. I just need to find a way to enter the array. Since this Xiao knows that the light shadow is spinning, I don't need to look at the changes of the light shadow like them. However, I also don't need to find the pattern of the rotation of these vortexes. With this thought, Xiao Hua closed his eyes. His Buddhist sense fell on the water like a cool breeze, and it was as if Xiao Hua's heart had calmed down. Xin Xin had been paying attention to Xiao Hua. Seeing that he wasn't looking at the light shadow and was looking at the water instead, she had already frowned. Now that he saw that Xiao Hua had actually closed his eyes and only released his Buddhist sense to scan the water, he was even more puzzled. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. He looked at the light shadow and then looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's origin was a bit strange. Xin Xin had also asked Ci Hui about it through voice transmission. Although Ci Hui had never seen Xiao Hua use Buddhist supernatural powers, based on Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness alone, Ci Hui knew that Xiao Hua's Buddhist supernatural powers might not be inferior to hers. This kind of person with an unknown origin and uncontrollable cultivation base was not a good choice to travel with them. However, Ci Hui had also sensed Xiao Hua's deep roots of wisdom through the debate of Buddhist principles. He was not the kind of evil person that Xin Xin thought he was. That was why she insisted on bringing Xiao Hua along. Seeing that they were about to enter the array and Xiao Hua's strange behavior, how could Xin Xin not be vigilant? Senior brother Ci Hui, you have to be careful. After another half a cup of tea or so, there might be an abnormality. Right when Xin Xin was vigilant, Xiao Hua suddenly spoke out. Xin Xin was shocked and anxiously asked, "You, how did you know?" Xiao Hua's heart had calmed down, so he could see more. In his Buddhist sense, the thousands of whirlpools were like thousands of spinning tops, spinning crookedly. After looking at them for a while, Xiao Hua understood that although these whirlpools had different shapes and sizes, as long as the rotation of the whirlpools reached a certain pattern, it would produce a special change. And the simplest part of this pattern was that it was the same. Since he knew that the rotation of the whirlpools was the same, Xiao Hua only observed for a moment before he made a decision in his heart and casually reminded Ci Hui. "Hehe, this little monk's intuition may not be true." Xiao Hua didn't have time to explain. Moreover, he didn't know whether what he said was correct or not, so he vaguely replied. Xin Xin slightly curled her lips. She wanted to look at the water, but she didn't dare to give up on the light shadow in the air. She simply ignored Xiao Hua and focused on looking at the sky. Since he knew that the whirlpools were the same, the door to the formation could be opened. Xiao Hua began to calculate where the entrance to the formation would open. Although Buddhist sense was the best at observing minute details and was very useful in observing the whirlpools, Xiao Hua also understood that the opening of the formation's entrance was definitely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wanted to know the location of the entrance, he could only use his divine sense to observe the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or even use his transcendence vision. Of course, Xiao Hua was now a little monk of the Buddhist sect, so it wasn't suitable for him to use his divine sense. If he used his transcendence vision, it would be somewhat overkill. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua released his soul sense. Sure enough, after scanning with his soul sense, Xiao Hua understood that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the water had been confined. Looking at the thousands of whirlpools, he saw spiritual energy of different sizes. However, these spiritual energies were condensed into threads, directly coming out from the center of the whirlpools. They wantonly swayed in the air like thousands of branches, messy and disorderly. The time it took to drink half a cup of tea quickly passed. As time passed, these threads condensed from spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to move in an orderly manner, gradually moving in front of Xiao Hua and the others. An irregular shape of several feet in size gradually appeared. Haha, this is the formation's entrance. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to warn them, he suddenly froze, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his back. No. How could it be so simple? If such weak soul sense could discover the formation's entrance, then wouldn't the Daoist sect's divine sense be able to discover it easily? Why would we need to look for some light portal? Hurry! Over there! Just as Xiao Hua was hesitating, Ji Yuzhen's voice rang out, pointing at a place several li away from the group. Xiao Hua hastily raised his head. Sure enough, over 10 zhong in the air, thousands of light shadows suddenly condensed together, slowly forming a 3-meter-wide orange-red portal. Along with Ji Yuzhen's voice, Xi Hui's body flashed with faint Buddhist light. She put her palms together, chanted a mitapur, and raised her left foot slightly. It was with this raise of her left foot that Xi Hui's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. A wisp of Buddhist light streaked through the air, rushing toward the portal in the air. Let's go. As soon as Xi Hui's figure disappeared, Xin urged them once more. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare delay, each urging their own cloud to follow. As they flew, Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out once more, only to see that the portal formed by the world's spiritual energy was gradually disappearing. In the gap that hadn't completely disappeared, there was a wisp of red light flashing through. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Hua had just retracted his soul sense when he heard Xin's urgent voice. Raising his head, he saw that several kilometers away, a door had already appeared. But just like the previous lights and shadows, the door began to crumble as soon as it appeared. After all, it was several kilometers away. Even with Xiao Hua's lightning escape, there was no way he could make it in such a short amount of time. Isn't this just a test of luck? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If we're lucky, it'll be right next to us. If we're unlucky, it'll be like today. How can we possibly get in? Without waiting for the Buddhist light to reach the portal, Xiao Hua and the others had only flown a few li away. The 1 zhong wide portal had already collapsed into 1 kai, and the orange light was about to disappear. But at this moment, the Buddhist light suddenly flourished and then disappeared. When Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly looked at the portal, a faint Buddhist light flashed, and Xi Hui's figure appeared there with the Buddhist light. Damn it! This is the heavenly feat. Xiao Hua was shocked. Isn't this the teleportation of the physical body? That's right, nascent soul teleportation is a divine ability of nascent soul cultivators, and only nascent soul cultivators can teleport. The physical body of a nascent soul cultivator can't teleport. But this Xi Hui's heavenly feat allowed her to instantly fly a few li away. She was even more powerful than a late nascent soul cultivator of the Dao sect. While Xiao Hua was shocked, Xi Hui seemed to have received Xin's instructions. As soon as she appeared in front of the portal, she immediately rushed in. Fortunately, although the portal was only 1 kai wide, Xi Hui had the appearance of a child and her figure was also short, so it was easy for her to enter. Xi Hui's figure disappeared into the portal, and the portal immediately stopped collapsing. However, the light around the portal was still shaking with all its might, as if a shabby wooden door was trembling in the wind and would collapse at any moment. Good. Xin almost clapped her hands. Then, she urged the auspicious cloud and said, let's speed up too. This portal won't last long. In fact, there was no need for Xin to say more. When Xiao Hua and Ji Yuzhen saw the portal in such a state, they had already urged the auspicious cloud under their feet to rush forward. The distance of several li wasn't too far, but now that they were in such a hurry, it felt like an insurmountable moat. Fortunately, Xi Hui entered the door first. Although Xiao Hua didn't know that Xi Hui was inside the door's brilliance flickered and collapsed like paper several times. However, every time, it would stand up straight as if it had been reignited from the ashes, waiting for Xin to arrive first. Xin didn't stop at all. She turned her head and called out, Master Ji Yuzhen, I'll go in first. You can come in when you arrive. Without waiting for Jiyu Zhen to speak, Shinshin plunged into the small portal and disappeared with a flash of green energy. Xiao Hua didn't fly very fast. He followed Jiyu Zhen. When the two arrived in front of the portal, Xiao Hua looked at the small and twisted portal, then looked at Jiyu Zhen's tall figure and said with a wry smile, "Master, how do we go in?" "What's so difficult about that?" Jiyu Zhen laughed and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. As Jiyu Zhen's voice fell, Jiyu Zhen's body also flashed with a faint Buddhist light. Without any sound, Jiyu Zhen's figure slowly shrank. He lifted his foot and walked towards the portal. Step by step, Master Jiyu Zhen actually turned into a 1 kai tall human figure and walked in safely. Everyone has their own tricks. At this moment, Xiao Hua also sighed with emotion at the wonders of the Buddhist sect's methods. The bones in his body made a slight sound. His figure shrank a little and he also rushed into the portal. As Xiao Hua entered, the portal finally couldn't hold on anymore. It twisted a few times and turned into pieces of inexplicable orange-red light and shadow that scattered in the air. Of course, the orange-red light and shadow didn't last for long. In a moment, the thick clouds in the sky closed and darkness enveloped the water region. The waves in the water region retreated and the whirlpool rotated again. Whimpers like the cries of ghosts filled the dark night sky again. -12. Chapter 34-22. Swish. With a sound of water, Xiao Hua's mouth and nose are suddenly flooded with ice-cold river water. It's like his plunging into a saint river. Xiao Hua wants to use the water avoidance art without hesitation, but just as the true essence in his meridians is surging, the river water in front of him instantly disappears. Not far away, Shinshin is holding a goose egg-sized bead in her hand. That bead is emitting a blue brilliance, blocking the river water within 100 feet. It's a water avoidance bead. Standing on the left side of Shinshin is Jiyu Zhen, whose body has transformed into the size of an ordinary person. Sitting on the right side of Shinshin is Ci Hui, whose face is dark red. On the contrary, Shinshin's gaze falls on Xiao Hua. Her eyes flash with a pensive expression. She says faintly, "Little monk, I have to thank you. If not for you being able to accurately predict the formation door's appearance, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place even with immortal friend Ci Hui's heart's fulfillment art." "Hihi, it's nothing," Xiao Hua says half-heartedly. Looking left and right at the river water outside the water avoidance bead, he says with a smile, "I only had a slight feeling, that's all. Everything is because of senior brother Ci Hui. If not for his heart's fulfillment art, how could we have entered? Senior brother Ci Hui's contribution is naturally great, but, if not for your reminder, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate on finding the door in advance." Shinshin stares at Xiao Hua and says again. At this moment, Ci Hui also opens his eyes and says with a forced smile, "Indeed, when junior brother Dipu reminded me, I already activated my mental force and prepared myself. Junior brother's reminder is the finishing touch." Xiao Hua looks Shinshin up and down. He says with a smile, "I've always felt that I'm a burden. Being able to lend senior brother a hand today, my heart naturally feels at ease. There's no need to mention anything about claiming credit. Little monk, just now when the door appeared, you seemed to want to say something. Could it be that you were able to foresee the appearance of the door? Could it be that you know this ancient formation?" Jiyu Zhen seems to have thought of something and says. Xiao Hua touches his nose and says with a bitter smile, "What are you talking about, great master? This is an ancient Daoist formation. How could I know? Just now when this little monk came in, I was still puzzled. I had clearly rushed through the door, but why did it look like I had plunged headfirst into the river?" Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't admit it, Shinshin didn't ask anymore. She only said, "Little monk, if you know anything, you can tell us. We are now one body, we must advance and retreat together. Don't hide anything." Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. For this little monk's own life, this little monk will also tell you everything he knows. Shinshin snorted coldly, then reached out her hand and took out a jade box. She turned to Ci Hui and asked, "Fellow immortal Ci Hui, are you done resting?" We don't have much time, so we need to hurry. Si Hui slowly got up and nodded. Shin Tanyu, don't worry. I am fine now. Si Hui, fly behind this old monk. Ji Yuzhen looks at the water curtain on the left. Outside the water curtain, there are some strange swimming fishes and some grayish-black seaweed. There are no bones to be seen. He doesn't know whether to be happy or sad, so he says in a deep voice, "You rashly used the relic's psychokinesis, shaking the relic's foundation. You should use more heart to nourish it. It's not good to use psychokinesis again." "Yes, thank you, martial ancestor." Si Hui slightly nods, the Buddhist light around her body flickers. She should be following the instructions to cast the spell. "Enyu Tanyu, where do we fly to next?" Ji Yuzhen asks Shin Shin again. Shin Shin says with confidence, "Great Master, don't worry. This is the bottom of the Sage River, thousands of feet deep. We are surrounded by river water, so it's hard to determine our direction. Although we have the water avoidance pearl, we can't fly at will. Once we touch the formation's restriction, we can't go forward anymore. I have a secret talisman of the Daoist Gate here, it's time to use it. Amitabha, then I'll have to trouble Enyu Tanyu." Ji Yuzhen puts his palms together and stands to the side. As early as when Shin Shin took out that jade box, Xiao Hua already saw clearly that there was a talisman of the Daoist Gate stuck on the outside of the jade box. Inside the jade flute must be the magic tool that Shin Shin used to break the formation. Shin Shin raises her eyes to look at Xiao Hua, then spits out a mouthful of true qi on the jade box. That talisman stuck on the box immediately floats up, flashes in midair and turns into a pile of ashes. As soon as the talisman disappears, a ball of dark green brilliance comes out of the jade box. A wave of magic power familiar to Xiao Hua is transmitted along with the brilliance. Oh, what magic tool is this? It seems the magic power's fluctuation is very strange. Xiao Hua doesn't dare to spread his divine sense far, only sweeping it in front of him. He is somewhat stunned as he thinks. Shin Shin then raises her hand and opens the lid of the jade box. A 2 fingers wide and 4 fingers long flat jade flies out of the jade box. Jade talisman? A kind of surprise flashes in Xiao Hua's eyes. This kind of jade talisman is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent where the Daoist Gate is flourishing. How can it appear in the Buddhist Gate's Nirvana world? What is the origin of this Shin Shin? Is it possible that a disciple of a Confucian family can use the Daoist Gate's jade talisman? Sure enough, Shin Shin opens her mouth and spits out another ball of true qi. This true qi is different from before. When it lands in the air, it immediately takes the shape of a sword. Shin Shin's left hand grabs the air as if she is holding the flying sword. Then, as if she is forming a seal, that flying sword rapidly moves in midair. "Go!" Shin Shin lightly reprimands. The true qi condensed into a flying sword suddenly explodes. The true qi rushes into the seal that was drawn on the flying sword before. Shin Shin pushes her hand again. That true qi hits the jade talisman in midair. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of chaotic sounds, that jade talisman explodes like a blossoming emerald flower. Thousands of green lights fly in all directions. Ka. The green lights emitted the splendor of the water avoidance pearl. Once they touch the water curtain outside, the water curtain immediately changes. Some parts turn into nothingness, while other parts condense into ice. In particular, this splendor rapidly extends into the distance. A beautiful ice palace unexpectedly appears in front of Xiao Hua and the others. This. Not to mention Xiao Hua's surprise, even Si Hui and Ji Yuzhen, who have already discussed this beforehand, look at the ice palace that suddenly appears in disbelief. They are speechless. This is the ancient Daoist Gate's ice condensing talisman. Unexpectedly, Shin Shin blinked her eyes mischievously and explained in a somewhat showy manner. Mo Yuntong mentioned that the channel of this magic formation is condensed by the water-based qi of heaven and earth. It does not prevent the river water from flowing in. Even the river water in the channel may be an illusion created by the magic formation. At this point, Shin Shin glances at Ji Yuzhen and continues to say, "Just by using the imperial equipment in the water avoidance pearl, we can't distinguish the true formation channel. Moreover, If we are not careful, it is very easy to fall into the formation and not be able to escape. Mo Yuntong mentioned an idea. If the river water in this channel is frozen, presumably the illusory river water will disappear and the true channel will appear. However, this method has very high requirements for the cultivator who uses the ice sealing technique. Not only must they have enough Dharma power, but they must also control the technique to the smallest detail and not touch the formation. Coincidentally, I have seen a Daoist Gates ice sealing talisman. This thing itself is a water-type talisman. It is of the same origin as the formation in this river. Therefore, I don't need to know any ice sealing technique, I only need to use this talisman. Even more coincidentally, Xiao Hua can't help but say, Benefactress also knows how to use the Daoist Gates talisman with Confucian Cultivation's true chi. Say, how can things in this world be so coincidental? It really is. Xin Xin smiled proudly and pointed to the depths of the ice palace. It's such a coincidence. Now, we only need to fly inside and not touch the walls of the passage, and we will be able to find the trace of the immortal artifact. Alas, Xin Tanyu is indeed well prepared. Ci Hui sighs again. If it was someone else, even if they came in, they would have to touch the formation's restrictions sooner or later. Hee, let's go. It seems to be very big inside. My true chi has already been suppressed. Your Buddhist senses can't go very far, right? We still have a long way to go. Xin Xin flies up first. She has already put away the water avoidance pearl, but still holds the flexible sword in her hand. Seeing Xin Xin fly up, Jiyuzhen glanced at Ci Hui and followed behind without saying anything. Ci Hui smiled and said to Xiao Hua, "Thank you, junior brother Tip, for covering the rear for us. It's no problem. This is the safest place. This little monk can't ask for more." Xiao Hua raises his hand and asks Ci Hui to fly first. The four people fly up, with Xiao Hua at the back. He tries to release his Buddhist senses. Sure enough, it is extremely suppressed and can't go more than 10 feet. Moreover, the formation channels in the four walls also block his Buddhist senses, so it can't go out at all. But fortunately, Xiao Hua feels that his soul sense is not suppressed too much. If it can go very far. These are bones. Not long after flying out, Xiao Hua is trying to use his soul sense. In front of him, Xin Xin calls out with some hesitation. Xiao Hua looks up. On the ice channel several feet away, there is an area densely packed with hundreds and thousands of bones. These bones are already scattered. It is impossible to tell what kind of bones they are. Moreover, the size of the bones is also different. Some are half a foot long, some are several feet long. They are obviously not human bones. Alas, Amitabha. Jiyu Zhen's slightly sorrowful voice rises. Thank you for the reminder. This old monk has already seen it. Although this old monk is already prepared, when faced with these bones, my heart is complicated. This formation must be the skeleton of my younger brother. This formation is so miraculous. With this old monk's current cultivation, this old monk can't deal with it. How can he escape at that time? Forget it. Since this old monk can face his skeleton, this old monk can recite the rebirth mantra several times. This old monk has already fulfilled his lifelong wish. After saying that, Jiyuzhen sits cross-legged in front of the ice wall formed by the bones. He puts his palms together and devoutly recites the rebirth mantra. Strands of elemental energy are sent into the ice wall along with Jiyuzhen's chanting. Unfortunately, the ice wall has no reaction at all. It is like a clay ox entering the sea. -12. Chapter 34-23. When a drop of crystal-clear tear flowed out of Guzhen's left eye, it slowly slid across his slightly rough face and condensed on his chin. Xiao Hua's suspicion in his heart completely disappeared. Xiao Hua really didn't dare to believe that a Buddhist disciple who practiced Dharma protector, Hanju, was a typical example. Guzhen revealed his true feelings. His so-called story of his brother's disappearance should be true, then his purpose of entering the formation should be normal. Guzhen's chanting was gentle and sad, far from the chanting of an ordinary monk. Shin Shin and Si Hui also felt sad in their hearts, standing there silently. Shin Shin didn't urge Guzhen to hurry up, but from time to time, she looked at the ice wall covered with white bones. She knew that the ice wall must be the water curtain of the formation before it was frozen. These white bones didn't rush into the Saint River but stayed in the water curtain, so they must be imprisoned. She was afraid that Guzhen's psyche power would touch these white bones and trigger the restriction. Fortunately, after half an hour, Guzhen's voice gradually stopped, and the ice near the white bones didn't change at all. Only then did Shin Shin let out a long breath. At the same time, Guzhen also let out a sigh of relief. After Guzhen finished chanting the rebirth mantra, he stood up and chanted Amitabha 9 times in a row, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His eyes, which were full of killing intent before, also had a trace of vitality. Seeing this, Shin Shin said with a smile, "Congratulations, Master Guzhen, for untangling the knot in your heart. Thank you, Shin Tanyu, for fulfilling my wish." Guzhen hurriedly tidied his monk robe, put his palms together and bowed solemnly. "If I didn't meet you, I don't know when I could be free." "This is Buddha's mercy," Shin Shin said with a smile. "Master, you have contributed a lot to Buddhism. Buddha saw that you were burdened by the knot in your heart, so he pointed out the supreme path for you, but it has nothing to do with me. Heavenly flowers with others, lingering fragrance in my hand." Si Hui also said with a smile, "Buddha used Tanyu to help Guzhen become Grandmaster Guzhen. Tanyu also has boundless merit." "Haha, I don't dare," Shin Shin replied. "If Master Guzhen has nothing else to do, can we move on?" Let's go." Guzhen said with a relaxed smile, "I'm fine. In the future, I will listen to Tanyue's instructions." "Good." Shin Shin controlled the auspicious cloud beneath her feet and continued to lead the way. Jiyuzhen glanced at by Jiyu again before following closely behind. The ice cave's passageway was similar to ordinary mountain paths, and was even more difficult to distinguish than mountain paths. After Xiao Hua and the others flew forward for half an incense stick's worth of time, many forks appeared. These forks were no different in Xiao Hua's eyes, and even their shapes were exactly the same. Even Shin Shin often stopped and took out her ink cloud eyes to carefully examine them. Finally, Shin Shin's ink cloud pupil was no longer useful when she saw 3 different paths in front of her. She of Guzhen's of a man, Tanyue's of a man, Tanyu, and her, Tanyu, and then, Tanyu. Tanyu S, Sans S Tanyues, Yuntong, Tanyung's, San S, Tanyu, Tain, S, Tanyues, Tanyu, was, Tanyu S, and S, Tanis's, Is SS, Tong. I've made preparations in advance, but I want to see if there are any clues. It's best if we don't use the prepared means. Okay, let's see together. Tanyu understood Shin Shin's thoughts, and then she flew toward one of the paths. "Tanyu!" Shin Shin hurriedly called, "Don't go too deep, and don't touch the ice wall." "I understand." Tanyu entered the path with a smile. Xiao Hua and Jiyuzhen also responded, each entering a fork in the road. Xiao Hua didn't know what Tanyu were like, but he himself was very careful. After flying for hundreds of feet, another 4 paths appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua immediately stopped flying. This was not the void, and he didn't dare to wander around. Looking at the 4 paths that looked similar, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The person who set up the formation is really insidious. Why did he make so many paths? Damn it, if I set up a formation in the future, I'll make it more complicated than this one. After venting his anger, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to fly back, but when he turned around, a huge shadow pressed down from above his head. "Who?" Xiao Hua was surprised, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. However, when he took a closer look, he laughed again. He saw that outside the ice wall above his head was the water of the Sage River, and the huge monster was a huge river fish that he had never seen before. The river fish swayed its huge tail slightly, and it didn't notice Xiao Hua in the formation below. "Ha ha!" Xiao Hua looked at the river fish's leisurely appearance, smiled slightly, put away the wishful staff, and continued to fly back. However, after flying for a while, he began to mutter in his heart, "This formation is really strange. Not to mention that it's completely arranged at the bottom of the Sage River. The passage in this formation is so close to the river water, and there's something strange about it. If I were to encounter danger and desperately break through this ice wall, wouldn't I be able to escape the formation? However, is this formation so easy to break through? Xiao Hua thought as he flew, and soon saw Xin Xin's figure. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart lit up, and he realized, Grandma, I was almost fooled again. How can I directly see the formation outside? Outside this ice wall must be an illusion of the formation, which is to lure people into the river water. Once they touch the formation, they will definitely die. Alas, thanks to Xin Xin's frozen talisman. Right, speaking of the frozen talisman, this jade talisman is really powerful, even stronger than my fire talisman. I just don't know if the Xin family has a refining method. Little monk. When Xiao Hua's heart was filled with greed, Xin Xin raised her voice. Have you found a way out? No. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. This little monk's luck has always been bad. I only encountered 4 forks and turned back, not daring to go forward. Haha, it's already good. Xin Xin laughed. If you were the only one who encountered 4 forks, then this path is the right one. Hearing this, Xiao Hua shook his head. There's no need to plan for the best. Senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's passage must also have 4 forks. Oh! Xin Xin raised her eyebrows, not forgetting to probe. Could it be that this little monk knows how to set up a formation? TCH. Xiao Hua pursed his lips. Even a child would understand this kind of little trick. How could the person who set up the formation not know? Do they still need this little monk to know how to set up a formation? Sure enough, not long after, Ci Hui and Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen also returned, explaining one by one. The 2 of them were a bit stronger than Xiao Hua, so they each chose 2 passages and went deeper. However, later on, they both returned. It was really as Xiao Hua said, they also encountered 4 forks. After hearing this, Xin Xin smiled bitterly, saying, actually, if we patiently explore these forks, we may be able to find a way out. Unfortunately, we have only just entered the formation, the difficult part is still inside, we can't waste time here. As she spoke, she reached out and took out a purple object that was only 3 inches long. That object was similar to sandalwood, emitting a faint trace of a meaty aroma. There was also a burnt black color on it, as if it had just been extinguished. 6 directions divine concealment incense. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The name of this ancient object very easily appeared in his mind. At the same time, some other memories appeared. Ah! Immediately after, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised, then he suddenly understood. These memories were all given to him by the ghost cultivator Huang Yi, but before the spiritual energy was not clear, the spiritual cavities were not completely opened. Now, these memories, along with the understanding of the green-robed Xiao Hua and the other primordial spirits, were being absorbed by Xiao Hua at an accelerated rate. What is this? Ci Hui naturally did not know, and asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised, it seems to be my Buddhist sect sandalwood. This object is called divine concealment incense. Xin Xin raised her hand, and said with a smile, although it's called incense, in reality, it has nothing to do with your Buddhist sect, it's a secret technique of the Tao sect. I don't know what this object is made of, but after it's ignited, the incense can protect the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit escapes, as long as the incense itself is not extinguished, no restriction can prevent the primordial spirit from escaping. Escape technique. Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately understood that this was the Tao sect's escape technique. As long as the divine concealment incense was not extinguished, its incense could provide a passage for the escaping primordial spirit. No matter where, the primordial spirit could return. Hearing this, Ji Yuzhen frowned, and said, could it be that Xin Tanyu is also proficient in the Tao sect's escape technique? Xin Xin said with a smile, I can't be considered proficient, I only know a little. Following Xin Xin's smile, her gaze swept over Xiao Hua with interest. Damn it! Instantly, Xiao Hua wanted to stomp his feet. Is there a need? If you can understand the Tao sect's magic, why can't this young master understand it? Although this young master is a Buddhist sect disciple, Isn't it better to learn from others? You can't just let the state officials set fires and not let the common people light lamps, right? That's right. Previously, Xiao Hua did not care about looking at her a few more times and insinuating a few more times. He also did not know where he had exposed himself, but now that he heard Xinxin's words, he naturally knew that this Confucian woman had already seen through the signs of his Tao sect cultivation. Of course, it could also be said that this woman was somewhat suspicious. That's not possible. Xiao Hua did not look at Xinxin. He lowered his head and thought to himself, even if she has Tao sect cultivation, this Xiao did not use any Tao sect divine ability. Oh, I understand. The moment this Xiao entered the formation, this Xiao seemed to have activated his true essence. Perhaps at that time, she would have been able to sense the fluctuations of true essence. Alas, this little girl is still worried about this Xiao. At this moment, Ci Hui frowned and said, in that case, Tan Yu is preparing to use the escape technique of his primordial spirit to explore the path? To be precise, he is using a trace of his primordial spirit. Xinxin said with a smile, the Tao sect has a secret technique that can release a trace of his primordial spirit for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the primordial spirit is of the same mind, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough for this one to explore these three paths. -12. Chapter 34-24. Xin Tan Yu, be careful. Ci Hui didn't quite understand and only instructed. Xinxin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi onto the incense. The tip of the incense flashed brilliantly and ignited. A faint wisp of smoke shot straight into the air. Grandmaster Jiyu Zhen, please protect this little girl. Xinxin's cherry lips parted slightly. She immediately sat down in the air and formed a spell that Xiao Hua was unfamiliar with. Her eyes were tightly shut. Hearing this, Jiyu Zhen waved his hand and placed the huge demon subduing pestle in front of his chest. His eyes widened and he vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Xiao Hua didn't open his transcendence vision so he couldn't see anything. He only saw that the incense suddenly split into three and rushed straight into the three forks. Then, the entire passage was filled with a faint smell of meat. Oh! Xinxin actually split into three primordial spirits. Xiao Hua's eyes brightened. This guy is from a scholarly family. How does he know so many Daoist secret techniques? Even this young master doesn't know this secret technique. Just as Xiao Hua was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, a beastly roar came from the left side of the tunnel. Soon after, the entire frozen tunnel shook. Looking at Xinxin, who was sitting cross-legged, a strand of golden true energy rushed out from the top of her head. In an instant, it completely protected her. The part of her face that was not covered by the true energy turned dark red. Not good. Jiyu Zhen hurriedly said, I'm afraid Xin Tanyue's primordial spirit is in danger. Just as he was speaking, the fragrance of the incense grew stronger. A gust of wind blew out from the other two passages and rushed in front of Xinxin, extinguishing the incense in an instant. Let's go. At the same time the incense was extinguished, Xinxin opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for her to stand up, auspicious clouds immediately appeared below her and carried her towards the passage that Xiao Hua just explored. There's an essence-devouring demonic beast in that passage. Hearing the name of an essence-devouring demonic beast, Jiyu Zhen's expression changed. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew with Xinxin. Xiao Hua accompanied Ci Hui and followed behind. At this time, Xinxin Ruo was also familiar with the path in front. Encountering a fork, she didn't hesitate. The four of them quickly flew for another incense stick's worth of time. Senior brother Ci Hui, what is this essence-devouring demonic beast? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice when he saw that Xinxin had already slowed down. Alas, this essence-devouring demonic beast is an extinct demonic beast from ancient times. It feeds on the essence qi of both humans and demonic beasts. Neither Buddhism nor Confucianism have any effective means to resist this demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that are more powerful can resist it. Fortunately, There were very few of these demonic beasts in the world. Later on, for some unknown reason, they disappeared without a trace. This little monk has also heard about it from Confucian cultivators. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Xiao Hui replied in a low voice. Xiao Hua was deep in thought. Looking at Xin Xin's back view in front, he said, "Looks like that trace of Xin Tanyue's primordial spirit is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's gone with no return. You're the meat bun." Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, Xin Xin immediately stopped, turned her head and scolded. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Xin Xin's flushed face, he knew that her primordial spirit was damaged. He didn't dare to say anything and hastily shut his mouth. Chimpage. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xin Xin, who was in a bad mood, coldly snorted. She looked around and said, "Great Master Jiyu Zhen, this one's primordial spirit is damaged. I need to take medicine to heal. I'll have to trouble Great Master Shen to protect me. Alas, Xin Tanyu has worked hard. This old monk is duty-bound." Jiyu Zhen flew past Xiao Hua and Xiao Hui with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He landed at the back, facing the entrance of the passage. "This little monk will go to the front." Xiao Hua was very tactful. Without waiting for Xiao Hui to speak, he flew past Xin Xin and arrived about 10 zhong in front of her. Xin Xin took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and crushed the top of the bottle. She opened her mouth and poured a strand of golden medicinal liquid into it. Immediately, her body's true qi surged and protected her. Several strands of true qi lingered around her 7 apertures and the top of her head like small snakes. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xin Xin opened her mouth and all the golden true qi entered her mouth. She then stood up and said, "All right, Great Master Jiyu Zhen, let's continue." Xin Tanyu. Xiao Hui, who had been standing not far from Xin Xin, hurriedly asked, "Your primordial spirit is damaged. Why don't you rest for a while?" "Alas, many thanks for fellow immortals' concern." Xin Xin sighed slightly. This one's primordial spirit was swallowed by the spirit-devouring demonic beast. "If I want to recover, I'll need 3 years of hard work. Now that I've taken the soul-condensing golden liquid, my primordial spirit is temporarily protected. There won't be any big problems. There's no difference between resting more and resting less." "All right." Xiao Hui nodded helplessly. "However, fellow immortal can't lead the way from now on." "That's right. This old monk will lead the way from now on." Jiyu Zhen flew over, his voice very loud. Xin Xin nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Great Master." No matter, no matter." Jiyu Zhen smiled. "I can't accept a reward without any effort. If this old monk doesn't put in effort, wouldn't I be ashamed to face Tanyu? How can this old monk reach out and take the ancient Buddha blessing?" "Hee hee." Xin Xin smiled faintly. "This one's preparations can be considered adequate. However, I didn't expect that before we even went deeper, I would feel a little defeated. This primordial spell formation is really powerful. If it weren't for Great Master, a 5th grade primordial chi senior, this one definitely wouldn't dare to go any deeper. Millimeter, let's go." Jiyu Zhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew up first. Xin Xin naturally followed behind, and Xiao Hua brought up the rear again. Under Xin Xin's guidance, the 4 of them flew for a while more. They saw that the frozen ice walls were gradually decreasing, and the forks in the path were also decreasing in number. After flying through a long passage where ice and water intersected, a water wall appeared in front of them. This water wall was azure in color and didn't show any signs of being frozen. It seemed like they had reached the end of the spell formation. "Lady Tanyu." Jiyu Zhen stopped in front of the water wall and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the water wall that was more than 100 feet in size. He turned back and said, "How should we go next?" "Tanyu, please cast your spell." Xin Xin also stopped and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she flew close to the water wall and looked up and down. She even stretched out her hand and extended her soft sword, gently piercing it into the water wall. The water wall really looked like river water, and the soft sword sank into it. However, when Xin Xin pulled out the soft sword, there was no river water on it. Strangely, Shin didn't rush to put the soft sword away after pulling it out. Instead, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it gently. Xiao Hua and Ci Hui also flew over at this time. Ci Hui stood beside Jiyu Zhen while Xiao Hua flew to the water wall and asked, Benefactor Shin, is this water wall no longer the spell formation's restriction? Millimeter, there are records of this water passage in the ink cloud pupil. Although the water here isn't the river water of the Sage River, there are no restrictions inside. The spell formation's restriction is the same as the maze we're in, on the outer layer. Shin sniffed the aura on the soft sword and carefully put it away. As if she was sure, she nodded and said, however, this river water is mixed with a highly toxic poison. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, Daoist, or demon, as long as the skin touches it, it will immediately split open. No protective spells will work. Highly toxic. Then. Xiao Hua frowned. How should we go over? Hihi, this is where we should borrow the power of the Great Master. Shin turned to Jiyu Zhen and said with a smile, my original plan was to use Master Fantian's magic tool to freeze the poisonous water in this water passage or expel it to prevent our skin from touching it. Now, with the Great Master's Buddhist alms bowl, we can also collect it. Naturally, this water passage can be emptied. It's that simple? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief. He didn't think that the ancient spell formation only relied on poisonous water to block people. Millimeter, it's that simple. Shin nodded. This water passage relies on highly toxic poison. There's no antidote for the ancient poison now. If we touch it, we'll definitely die without a burial place. Of course, this passage is extremely long. Ordinary Confucian cultivators' magic tools have limited capacity, so it's difficult to collect all the poisonous water in the passage. Only Taoist magic tools and Buddhist magic tools can do it. Also, if we can't collect or freeze all the poisonous water in the passage in one go, the uncollected poisonous water in front of us will immediately trigger the restriction of the spell formation. New poisonous water will pour in again, and we'll have no choice but to return here. I see. This old monk understands. Jiyu Zhen nodded slightly, put away the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and took out the alms bowl. He said with a smile, of course, this old monk's alms bowl only collected less than half of the water in the Four Extremes mountain. Since Shin Tanyu thinks it's possible, this old monk's Buddhist magic tool will definitely work. That. Xiao Hua said worriedly, there's already a lot of water in the Great Master's alms bowl. Can't you collect less water now? Ha ha ha, little monk, this old monk has already sprinkled the water in the alms bowl on the dry land on the way here. Now, this alms bowl is empty. Jiyu Zhen laughed and tossed the alms bowl in his hand. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his previously shrunken body expanded again until he was about 10 feet tall. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal hit the alms bowl. The alms bowl spun and gradually expanded, flying in front of Jiyu Zhen. Jiyu Zhen flew in front of the water wall. The alms bowl spat out Buddhist light and covered the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, the water in the water wall swayed and rippled. Jiyu Zhen didn't look back and laughed. Are you all ready? We're ready. Great Master, please cast the spell in front of us. Once the poisonous water in the passage is collected, there will be a gap immediately. Great Master, please go ahead. Shin took a deep breath, and his previously flushed face had somewhat calmed down now. Amitabha. Jiyu Zhen chanted the name of Buddha and formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light above the alms bowl buzzed and rushed into the water wall like a whirlpool on the surface of the river. Everyone's eyes fell on it expectantly. Woo-woo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, ripples appeared on the water wall inside the Buddhist light. The ripples spread wider and deeper, forming a whirlpool. However, it was an inverted whirlpool, protruding above the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, it was gradually sucked into the alms bowl. -12. Chapter 34-25. Come back. Jiyu Zhen roared and pushed the Buddhist light that had landed on the wall of water. The entire wall of water shook, and the water ripple that had protruded a few inches and hadn't fallen into the alms bowl was grabbed by a big hand and stuffed into the bowl. As soon as the water wave fell, the water tunnel immediately emptied a few inches of space. Xiao Hua's eyes swept across the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. The walls were like ice walls, but there was no sign of frost. Outside the mirror-like water wall, it was pitch black. There was no water grass or river fish. The Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect was really powerful. Xiao Hua looked around for a moment and found that the poisonous water in the tunnel had been sucked away by about a foot. Moreover, it seemed that Jiyu Zhen was doing it with ease. The speed of the poisonous water being absorbed into the alms bowl was getting faster and faster. Good. Xin smiled and clapped her hands. Although the Buddhist sect's supernatural power is not as sharp as the Tao sect's magic, it has always been able to take drastic measures. Master Jiyu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water is better than Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, Xiao Hua said faintly. Master Jiyu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water into the Buddhist treasure will take some time. I guess it won't be as fast as Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. In fact, instead of using the alms bowl to absorb the poisonous water, it's better for us to use the Buddhist weapon to escape through the water. Mph, what do you know? Although it's very difficult to absorb the poisonous water at the beginning and the speed is slow, after the initial poisonous water is absorbed, the other poisonous water will flow and fill in one by one. With the push and pull, the speed will get faster and faster. Oh, and I forgot to say that the water in the tunnel is not the river water of the Saint River. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it is also mixed with the innate heavy water. As long as someone or something enters it, it will trigger the magic formation. Thousands of heavy water will press down on the person, making it impossible to move forward or backward. Xin glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily. You thought of it, but I thought about it long ago. If we can walk through it, why would I bother to find Master Feng Tian? All right. Xiao Hua knew that there were many ways to break the restrictive spell, but he was only considering it from his own point of view. He didn't refute and nodded slightly. It was just as Xin had said. The first step was the most difficult step, but the next 3 meters were much easier. Master Jiyu Zhen flew faster and faster. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly urged their clouds to follow behind. It was just as Xiao Hua had seen at the beginning. After entering the tunnel, there was no trace of the water wall at all. It was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was flying in the air. On the water wall, there were several clear shadows. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness swept over and was immediately absorbed by the smooth mirror surface. Xiao Hua quickly withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Looking at Xin again, she also had an unnatural expression on her face. Most likely, she had also turned into a meat bun after releasing her divine sense. Looking at Master Jiyu Zhen's Buddha body and his increasing speed, Xiao Hua was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Ci Hui, isn't Master Jiyu Zhen's speed too fast? Why does this little monk have the illusion that the poisonous water is absorbing Master Jiyu Zhen instead of Master Jiyu Zhen withdrawing the poisonous water? Hiss. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ci Hui was also stunned. She took a breath and said in a low voice, Junior Brother's words also make this poor monk puzzled. Why is Grandmaster's speed increasing again and again? What do you know? Xin sneered. The water in this tunnel needs to be filled at all times. If the Grandmaster keeps the water, then the Grandmaster will have to pour even more water in. This water needs to be poured in from the front. The more water the Grandmaster keeps, the more water will pour in, and the more force the Grandmaster will use to push the Grandmaster in. As you can see, it's not that Master Jiyu Zhen is consuming too much karma, but that the formation is pushing the alms bowl with too much force. Master Jiyu Zhen has no choice but to speed up. The problem is, what if Master Jiyu Zhen's speed can't compare to the speed of the formation filling the water? Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. This. Xin bit her lips and hesitated. After a moment, she said, in my opinion, as long as Master Jiyu Zhen's Buddhist treasure alms bowl can hold enough poisonous water, he will be fine. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't let her go. He asked again, but what if Master Jiyu Zhen's alms bowl can't hold so much poisonous water? Hearing this, Xin Xin's expression changed slightly. She stared at Xiao Hua for a moment and suddenly became furious. She shouted hysterically, "How do I know what to do? I'm just a little girl. I want to come to this formation to find treasures. I racked my brains to find Mo Yuntong. According to Mo Yuntong's fragments, I repeatedly thought about it and prepared the things I needed according to my own thoughts. I didn't dare to find others, nor did I dare to tell the people around me. I painstakingly endured for more than 10 years before I found you. You have such an opportunity. Not only did you not thank me, but you also pointed here. If you have the ability, go find Mo Yuntong. If you have the ability, go find an ancient formation. You want to ask what will happen if the poisonous water comes in again? Well, then I'll tell you. I've thought about this poisonous water for a long time. Unless you don't touch it, once you touch it, even if you are a Buddhist sect's arhat or a Confucian sect's grandmaster, your protective true qi and other things won't work. You just need to close your eyes. Later, when you turn into a white bone, it will also float at the entrance of the formation as a warning to others. Of course, if you can speak at that time, don't let anyone in. Xin Xin's voice wasn't soft. Her tone was very fast, as if she was anxious and angry. Looking at her face, the redness had gradually faded. Instead, it was a little pale and there were some tears in her eyes. She looked extremely wronged. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xin Xin to have such a reaction. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply closed his mouth. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "This little girl. What does she mean? Could it be that she came to find the immortal artifact for other purposes? Why didn't she even dare to tell her family members and instead believe outsiders?" However, it really wasn't easy for her to find so much information. Ci Hui gave Xiao Hua a rare glare, then turned to Xin Xin and said warmly, "Xin Tanyu, don't be angry. Junior brother Tip only asked a few more questions for our safety. In such a dangerous place, no matter how careful we can't be too careful." Xin Xin also realized her gaffe. She slightly clenched her teeth and did her best to hold back the tears that were about to flow out. However, she wasn't willing to raise her arm and wipe it with her palace gown. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Many thanks for fellow immortals' comfort. This one understands that the little monk's words are reasonable. However, this one has been preparing for so many years, I hope fellow immortal can trust me." At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the water tunnel ahead of them. It seemed to be shaking slightly. Moreover, the Buddhist light around Jiyu Zhen's body began to flicker. Before Xiao Hua and the others could look at Jiyu Zhen, the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. A moment later, a deafening sound came from the tunnel. "Not good." Jiyu Zhen roared, "There's too much water coming from the river ahead. This old monk's alms bowl can't hold it in." As he spoke, a stream of water flowed out from under Jiyu Zhen's body. "Hurry." Xin Xin's expression changed when she saw the water seeping out. She shrieked, "Master Jiyu Zhen, retreat quickly." "Wait a moment." Jiyu Zhen clenched his teeth and roared. Under the flickering Buddhist light, his Dharma body grew several meters taller. This old monk will. It seemed that Jiyu Zhen was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle a few more times. However, when Xin Xin's scorpion-like stream of river water passed by Jiyu Zhen's body, ripples immediately appeared on the previously tranquil water wall. These ripples rapidly rippled around the entire water wall, and when they circled around Xiao Hua and the others, forming a water ring, they actually produced a crisp pa-pa-pa sound, as if an ice river had suddenly broken, or as if a mountain rock had been broken. Immediately after, these sounds, along with the water ring, rapidly rushed behind Xiao Hua and the others, wave after wave. The crisp sound was like the sound of a life-threatening drum. It spread farther and farther, echoing in the water tunnel and knocking on the hearts of Xiao Hua and the others. "This is bad." Xiao Hua's face immediately turned pale. He thought of the collapse of the space tunnel in the vein of space. At this time, Xin Xin and Ci Hui had already activated their auspicious clouds. They looked hesitantly at Jiyu Zhen, then at the tunnel in the distance, not knowing what to do. Boom! In front of Ji Yuzhen, the water wall shook violently. The water wall around half a foot collapsed and a stream of water rushed toward Ji Yuzhen. Ji Yuzhen was shocked. He remembered Shin's words and didn't dare to let the Buddhist light touch the water. He hurriedly retreated. However, the water was too sudden. Although Ji Yuzhen had already retreated, a few drops of water still splashed on the Buddhist light. Zzzt. Like ice water poured on boiling oil, the sound caused green smoke to rise. Ji Yuzhen's Buddhist light quickly faded. Go! Shin clenched her teeth and hurriedly shouted, ready to fly out of the tunnel first. I'm afraid it's already too late. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at the tunnel that had become a water wall in the distance. What? How is that possible? Shin turned pale with fright. She looked up again and saw that the water walls of the tunnel were beginning to ripple. In the distance, the sound of a cow mooing could be heard. It was obvious that a large amount of river water had begun to pour in from the distance, or the tunnel had begun to collapse. That's impossible. Shin's flushed face was now abnormally pale. She muttered in a tone of disbelief, Mo Yun Tong, there's no record of it. Shin, let this little monk ask you. At this time, Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, if this tunnel collapses, can you find a way out? I can't. Shin shook her head absent-mindedly. There's one thing I didn't say before. The poisonous water in this tunnel is no different from the river water. We can't distinguish the direction by using imperial equipment and other things. We can only suck the poisonous water out or freeze it. Good. Xiao Hua shouted at Ji Yuzhen, who had already fled back in embarrassment. Great Master, please hold on for a moment. This little monk will join hands with you to suck the poisonous water in front of us. Now we can only go forward. Retreat will only lead to death. You! Shin was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She looked up and down at Xiao Hua, feeling a burst of disbelief. -12. Chapter 34-26. Rise. Xiao Hua didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of his hand, the water bottle in the Buddha's Sarira's hand appeared in his hand. Of course, when he took it out, Xiao Hua didn't forget to leave the willow branch in the Linglong pagoda. Seeing Xiao Hua take out the water bottle, Ji Yuzhen's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be negligent. He stimulated his karma, and the Buddha's light on the alms bowl appeared again. He tried his best to collect the poisonous water that had begun to overflow. Collect. Xiao Hua held the water bottle with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. A pure Buddha's light came out of the water bottle and turned into a lotus seed pod that covered Ji Yuzhen's back. The poisonous water that gushed out of the water wall and seeped through the water wall was all sucked into the water bottle. When the threat of the poisonous water dripping into Ji Yuzhen's Buddha's light was removed, the Buddha's light from the water bottle rushed in front of Ji Yuzhen again. The huge suction force was even stronger than Ji Yuzhen's alms bowl. Nearly 60% of the water waves rushed into it. Boom! A loud sound that sounded like raging waves crashing against the shore came from behind everyone. The collapsed water wall and the poisonous water that surged in were like the waves of a rising tide, surging up violently from behind. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Great Master Ji Yuzhen, you take the lead, I'll take the back. Let's work together. Xiao Hua's hand formed a Buddha's seal, and he called out in high spirits. Ji Yuzhen seemed to be infected, and he roared, as you wish. Let's go. For a moment, the entire water tunnel was filled with Buddha's light. The previous vast and surging water was obediently subdued by the two Buddha's light. Like a python, it rushed into the two Buddha's treasures. The strange thing was, after the poisonous water was collected, the water wall on the left immediately turned into a flat mirror without the slightest ripple or crack. However, Xiao Hua and the other three flew over. In just a few breaths, the collapsed water ripples behind them reached them. These flat mirror surfaces immediately broke, and the water waves surged again. The poisonous water still gushed out, therefore, a very dangerous scene appeared in the tunnel. Within the entire tunnel, there were several jong of space that was calm. Moreover, this several jong of calm was rapidly moving forward along with the different heights of the tunnel. In front of this section of calm was a seemingly boundless river, and behind this section of calm were monstrous waves that chased after one's buttocks. This situation was extremely similar to the collapse of the tunnel that Xiao Hua encountered in the void. Even though the situation was very dangerous, the sound of the wind stirred up by the poisonous water chasing after them was already whistling in their ears. However, Jiyu Zhen, who was in front, had Xiao Hua's help, so the situation was already very good. Especially since Xiao Hua's water bottle obviously had a stronger suction force than the alms bowl, so it could contain more poisonous water. Jiyu Zhen only needed to grasp the right direction and guide the Buddha's light from the water bottle. For the time being, the lives of Xin Xin and the others would not be in danger. However, after Xiao Hua and Jiyu Zhen flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the surging poisonous water seemed to be endless. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua's arm felt sore and numb. The water bottle was getting heavier and heavier. The amount of telekinesis required to activate the water bottle was also increasing. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood Jiyu Zhen's previous predicament. The pressure of the poisonous water in front of them was increasing wave after wave, and his telekinesis could only be activated layer by layer. Not only was the water bottle on the verge of breaking out of his control, the suction force of the water bottle was also about to break out of his control. Damn it, the person who set up this formation is really sinister. Xiao Hua unconsciously cursed in his heart. This poisonous water can only be frozen and collected. Collecting is just like right now. However much this Xiao collects, the formation will replenish that amount. Just like what Xin Xin said, this force is superimposed. In the end, it will be unimaginably powerful. If not for this Xiao's astonishing divine power, others would have already been crushed to death by the poisonous water. But what about after being frozen? Escaping through the layer of ice, the person who set up the formation must have some other backup plan. What is this backup plan? When I set up the formation? As Xiao Hua pondered, he actually began to think about how to set up the formation. It must be said that this was the biggest difference between a formation master and an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Jiyu Zhen's slightly tired voice came, "TPU, this old monk's telekinesis can still support this formation, but my arms are already exhausted. I can't control the arms bowl. What do you think we should do?" "All right." Hearing this, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and flew forward. He shouted, "This junior will take this arms bowl. Grandmaster, you can use your telekinesis as much as you want." As soon as the arms bowl entered his hand, another heavy force pressed down on Xiao Hua's arm. Xiao Hua's body suddenly fell straight down for more than a few feet. Only then did he stop and continue to fly forward. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua really couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Fellow Daoist Shin, how long is this water tunnel? Although this little monk's Buddhist treasure can still hold the poisonous water, the impact of this formation is really too great. It's already beyond the range of what ordinary cultivators can bear. This." Xin Xin's heart had actually been clenched all this time. Now that she heard Xiao Hua's words, her heart sank even deeper. She bit her lips and said, "As for how long it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps we're about to reach the end." "Ari." Xiao Hua sighed. Now that he had already boarded the pirate ship, how could he still hold anything back? "Let's talk about it later if we can save our lives." Saying this, Xiao Hua's entire body flashed with Buddhist light. He was about to use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Boom. A long whimpering sound rang out. It was like the sound of the bellows in an ordinary household being forcefully pulled out. Xiao Hua felt that the enormous force in front of him suddenly disappear, and the strength he had gathered suddenly disappeared. Normally, Xiao Hua would naturally be able to control it. However, right now, he was using the heavenly law embodiment technique and had to use Buddhist light to conceal it. It was difficult for him to do three things at once. As a result, the water bottle and arms bowl in his hand simultaneously flew out of his hand. Even his body lost balance in midair. Fortunately, It was only a few breaths of time. Xiao Hua's body naturally swept forward. He used the ethereal steps and stabilized his body. With a raise of his hand, the water bottle and alms bowl both fell between his two hands. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to it. However, when Xin Xin, who had just rushed out of the tunnel, saw Xiao Hua's footwork, her complexion greatly changed. Her gaze revealed a kind of severe expression. However, this severe expression and peculiar expression only flashed for a moment. It wasn't seen by the bystanders. As for Xiao Hua, at this moment, he was calm and unruffled. He had the appearance of a naive little monk. He respectfully handed the alms bowl to Ji Yuzhen, who had followed behind him. However, just as he sent out his hand, his gaze swept behind Ji Yuzhen. He couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that behind Ji Yuzhen was a huge space. This space was filled with a kind of soft fluorescent light. Under the illumination of this fluorescent light, a sparkling and translucent crystal palace towered in the middle of this space. This crystal palace was very strange. It wasn't an ordinary palace. Instead, it had the appearance of a triangular tower. Moreover, this triangular tower was inverted. The huge palace that caused people's hearts to tremble stood erect at the top of this space. From the top of the palace, it shrunk layer by layer. In the end, it actually shrunk into a prism-like palace base that was inserted into the waves below everyone's feet. The waves rippled and the fluorescent light flickered. The entire palace seemed to sway in the air, as if it would collapse at any time. Ji Yuzhen's back was facing this palace. At first, he didn't care about it. However, Xiao Hua's outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Xiao Hua's gaze passed over him and looked behind him. How could Ji Yuzhen not know the situation? He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to investigate. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't leave his body no matter what. At this moment, Xiao Hui and Xin Xin's eyes also revealed extraordinary splendor. He couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fluorescent light of the inverted triangle was so alluring. It was like the supreme Buddhist light in the legends of Nirvana. Ji Yuzhen's heart was immediately attracted. Amitabha. Seeing that the huge palace was getting bigger and heavier, Ji Yuzhen felt that he was about to be suppressed by the entire palace. When he was powerless to resist, a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from his ears. Suddenly, the heavy pressure of the palace disappeared in an instant. Everything in front of Ji Yuzhen's eyes returned to normal. The inverted triangle palace still flickered with an enchanting fluorescent light in the distance. He was still in the same posture of turning his head. Amitabha. Ji Yuzhen's face turned red. He knew that his mind had been invaded by the magic circle. He hurriedly turned his head and put his palms together. This old monk thanks you for the reminder. Xiao Hua smiled and handed the alms bowl to Ji Yuzhen. He said, Master has consumed too much psyche power. Now that you are free, naturally your vigilance is greatly reduced. It's nothing. Even if this little monk didn't remind you, you will wake up after a while. Alas, this old monk is ashamed. Ji Yuzhen knew his own situation and didn't hide it. The knot in this old monk's heart for many years has been untied. It's rare for me to be relaxed. My defense against the magic circle has also been reduced. However, just now in the water tunnel, if it wasn't for your Buddhist treasure water bottle, this old monk would have been buried in it like Xin Tanyu and Xiao Hui. From this point of view, this old monk also has to thank you. Xiao Hua naturally had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that Ji Yuzhen would recognize the water bottle. Then he thought of Xi Hang. Now that he heard Ji Yuzhen only said it was the water bottle, he was delighted. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're too kind. How can this disciple's cultivation be compared with yours? It's just that this disciple has a handy Buddhist treasure. Besides, you were the first to make a move. Most of the credit is taken. This little monk is nothing. Master Ji Yuzhen. On the side, Xin Xin was naturally also captivated by the inverted triangular palace. She didn't wake up until Xiao Hua chanted the name of Buddha. She hurriedly took out a small golden box from her bosom. After opening it, She took out a thumb-sized heart-shaped leaf. She interrupted the conversation between Jiyu Zhen and Xiao Hua and handed it to Jiyu Zhen. She said, "Stick this on your monk robe first." Jiu Luo golden leaf. Jiyu Zhen's gaze fell on the golden heart-shaped leaf in Xin Xin's hand. He couldn't help but cry out. Xin Xin nodded and urged again, "Yes, this is it. Master, you'd better stick it on quickly." "Okay." Jiyu Zhen didn't dare to neglect. He reached out to take it and stuck it on his monk robe. When the Jiu Luo golden leaf touched the robe, a layer of faint golden light appeared. This golden light flickered twice and even the Jiu Luo golden leaf itself disappeared. However, Jiyu Zhen's monk robe didn't have any special changes. -12. Chapter 34-27. Little monk, you stick it on too. Xin Xin grumpily handed the other leaf to Xiao Hua. Not only was she not grateful for Xiao Hua's help, she was also unhappy that Xiao Hua didn't explain it to her in advance. Xiao Hua didn't break it down. He took the golden leaf and stuck it on his monk's robe like Jiyu Zhen. Seeing the golden leaf disappear, Xiao Hua carefully examined it for a moment. It was the same as seeing it. He didn't feel that the golden leaf had any special effect. Just as Xin Xin and Ci Hui stuck the Gara golden leaves on their robes, Xiao Hua took the opportunity to look around. This was an extremely large space. The water tunnel that Xiao Hua and the other three rushed into had disappeared. There was only a smooth mirror under everyone's feet. The four figures were reflected in the mirror's fluorescent light, one positive and one negative. It was almost impossible to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. In this space, other than the smooth mirror, there was only the inverted triangular palace in the distance. There was nothing else. It was abnormally clean. Needless to say, this palace should be the core of the array. Xiao Hua tried to release his Buddhist sense. Like Jiyu Zhen, his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body. He then released his soul sense. Fortunately, although his soul sense was suppressed, it could still leave his body. Because Xin Xin and the others were beside him, Xiao Hua didn't try. Even so, Xiao Hua was secretly proud. He had one more method than others. Xin Tanyu. Ci Hui at the side put the golden leaf on and whispered, "This Gara golden leaf is a treasure used by my Buddhist sect to conceal cultivation." This little monk heard that only Lei-Yin Temple has some preserved. Now that you took out so many, could it be that this palace has a restriction that specifically restrains my Buddhist sect? You didn't explain it before. Now, can you explain it in detail so that we can make plans early? He. Xin Xin smiled and said, "You didn't say before because the time wasn't right. If we couldn't come here, what's the point of saying more?" "Oh, right, little monk, your clear water bottle is pretty good. Where did you get it?" "I picked it up in a cave." Xiao Hua was originally listening attentively. Since Xin Xin suddenly asked, he naturally answered casually. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Xin Xin was tricking him. Although this trick was very old-fashioned, Xiao Hua still fell for it. Humph. Although Xiao Hua spoke the truth, Xin Xin pouted and coldly said, "There are many caves in the Pure Land world, you want to pick one for me?" "Sigh, some people. I always treat the truth as a lie, but I also treat a lie as the truth. There's nothing I can do about it." Xiao Hua sighed, "My Buddha has a saying, if there is a Buddha in the heart, then everything is a Buddha. If there is no Buddha in the heart, then there is no Buddha in the sight. The vanity of man is nothing more than this. Little monk." Xin Xin was a little embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in the air. "That. Xin Tanyu, I don't quite understand. Could it be that this golden leaf of Canaan has some special use?" Ci Hui hurriedly asked. Humph. Xin Xin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said, "This golden leaf of Canaan can conceal a Buddhist cultivation in the eyes of Arhat, but in the eyes of Daoist cultivators, it is called the invisible leaf. Many talismans used to conceal one's tracks in ancient times were refined from this item." At this point, Xin Xin pointed at the inverted triangular palace in the distance and said, "This palace is called the Profound Water Palace. There are 2 profound water ancient beasts guarding the entrance. If we want to enter the profound water palace through the profound water ancient beasts, we can only use the invisible leaf. Otherwise, we will be discovered before we can even get within 300 meters of the profound water palace. I don't know how powerful these profound water ancient beasts are, but I don't think we can resist them. The profound water palace? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled when he heard this name. He opened his mouth to ask, but after muttering a few times, he didn't say anything. What are you muttering about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly. Shin Shin naturally understood and asked with a cold snort. Xiao Hua scratched his hairless head and frowned. Actually, I want to ask Benefactress, is this profound water palace a place to hide treasures? Or is it a place to suppress demonic beasts? Is there a difference? Shin Shin looked at Xiao Hua warily and asked. Xiao Hua smiled and said, of course there's a difference. If it's a palace to hide treasures, there must be many powerful restrictions inside. As long as we break the restrictions, we can obtain the treasures. No matter what it is, it'll be a harvest. Moreover, we don't need to be greedy. Depending on how much we take, we can just turn around and leave. If it's a place to suppress demonic beasts, we have to be careful. I'm afraid there aren't many treasures. Even if there are, they were left behind by people who came here in the past. Moreover, the immortal artifact that Benefactress mentioned should be the profound water palace's formation core. If you take the immortal artifact, the suppressed demonic beasts will definitely escape. Not to mention demonic beasts that harm all living beings, even we can't escape, right? Earlier, I didn't dare to say too much for fear of disturbing Benefactress's mood. But now, I have no choice but to say it. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a compassionate heart after just shaving your head and becoming a monk. Shin Shin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua again and said mockingly, however, I haven't entered yet. How would I know what's inside? The ink cloud pupil records that there's an immortal artifact here and nothing else. Let's go in first. If it's a treasure trove, that's the best. If that immortal artifact is used to suppress demonic beasts, then let's see if the demonic beasts are dead or not. Don't think that only your Buddhist sect's Arhat has a compassionate heart. We Confucian cultivators aren't inferior to you. At this point, Shin Shin felt that her words were somewhat harsh to the ears. She smiled embarrassedly at Ci Hui and Ji Yuzhen. However, Xiao Hua didn't let Shin Shin off the hook. He shook his head slightly and said, Benefactress Shin, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, I promised senior brother Ci Hui to come in and take a look because I was curious. Moreover, to tell Benefactress the truth, I felt like old friends with senior brother Ci Hui at first sight and also wanted to protect him. But now, take a look for yourself. You haven't even entered the profound water palace. It's only a water maze and a passage filled with poisonous water, yet it's already so powerful. It seems that aside from me, all 3 of you are injured. What does this mean? It means that the profound water palace is even more dangerous. It's far from a place that 4th or 5th grade cultivators like us can enter. There are ancient mysteries that we can't come into contact with inside. Even if we're lucky enough to enter that so-called immortal artifact, in my opinion, Benefactress Shin Shin won't be able to obtain it. Rather than throwing our lives away and not being able to obtain the immortal artifact, why should we go in? Why don't we turn around and enjoy the scenery and have a heart-to-heart talk? Xiao Hua then looked at Ji Yuzhen and said, moreover, Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's reason for coming in was to see the corpse of his blood brother. Now, you've gotten what you wanted. Although the ancient Buddhist shrine is indeed attractive, it might not be in the profound water palace. Therefore, Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen, you should know the dangers of greed. You don't need me to say anything, right? Little monk, what do you mean by that? Shin Shin was anxious and raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Benefactress, if you don't tell me the truth about the profound water palace, I won't enter. Perhaps senior brother Ci Hui is willing to go in with you, but Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen might not be willing, right? Although Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen didn't say anything, in Shin Shin's eyes, Jiyuzhen's silence meant that his thoughts were similar to Xiao Hua's. After all, there were two profound water beasts guarding the profound water palace. Who knew if the golden Canaan leaf would be useful? Seeing Shin's expression fluctuating, Xiao Hui said, Shin Sandanyu, junior brother TPU's words are reasonable. The two places from before caused me to be alarmed. I know I can't pass through those two obstacles alone. Of course, since we're already here, why don't we take a few more steps and enter the profound water palace to take a look? However, since we're going to enter the profound water palace, we should at least be aware of the dangers inside, right? Fellow Daoist Xiao Hui, could it be that you don't trust me? Shin's face was slightly pale as she spoke softly. Xiao Hui smiled and said, it's not that I don't trust you. I feel that Sandanyu might be a little stubborn. Could it be that there's something you don't want to say that affects your judgment and makes you insist on entering the profound water palace while ignoring the dangers inside? If Sandanyu can tell us, then we can also make a judgment. Shin bit her lips and looked at Xiao Hui and Jiyuzhen, but she didn't look at Xiao Hua. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the profound water palace in the distance. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she said, actually, I've indeed concealed some things from you. However, please don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, the dangers I told fellow Daoist Xiao Hui about before were all recorded in the profound water palace. Hihi, it's fine. Jiyuzhen said with a smile, this old monk has remembered every word of what Tanyu said to this old monk. This old monk feels that what Tanyu said is true. Shin bowed and said, many thanks for your trust, Grandmaster Jiyuzhen. What I've concealed is the purpose of entering the profound water palace. My goal isn't the so-called immortal artifact. Ah, not the immortal artifact. Then what do you want? Xiao Hua was surprised. Is it that demon beast? Shin didn't even look at Xiao Hua. It seemed like she was still angry with him. She only said to Jiyuzhen, the Dark Water Palace is the core of an ancient formation, and the core of the Dark Water Palace is the immortal artifact. Of course, the immortal artifact isn't the formation core of the Dark Water Palace. It's even to the extent that the Dark Water Palace isn't a place where treasures are kept. I'm sure of that. However, I don't know if the profound water palace is used to suppress the immortal artifact, or if it's used to suppress some demon beast. What I do know is that the immortal artifact can suppress all living things in the 3 continents. If someone wants to suppress a criminal and make that criminal suffer under the immortal artifact, the profound water palace is the best place to do so. Oh, I understand. Jiyuzhen nodded and revealed a look of realization. Shin Sandanyu is looking for someone. She's looking for someone who might be suppressed in the profound water palace. -12. Chapter 34-28. Alas, that's right. Shin looked disappointed. This person isn't a heinous criminal like Venerable Master thinks, nor is he a treacherous person. He shouldn't be tortured like this. Shin paused and smiled wryly. This matter involves my secrets, so forgive me for not being able to speak of it. My purpose in coming here is to see if this person is here. If he is, I want to see if I can rescue him. That's all. As for the immortal artifact, I'm only at the 4th grade of origin energy. I'm afraid I can't take it for myself, right? Shin glared fiercely at Xiao Hua and continued, that's what I wanted to say. If some people aren't satisfied and don't wish to enter the profound water palace, I won't force them. However, if he wanted to leave this ancient formation, the only way out was inside the Blackwater Palace. Of course, if anyone thinks they're strong enough to break the ancient formation, feel free to use your cultivation. I'll wait and see. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Shin roll her eyes. Ahum. Xiao Hui coughed twice, smiled and persuaded, junior brother TPU, in this little monk's opinion, what Shin Tanyu said is right. At this time, they have been honest with each other, she did not hide anything. Think about it. If she didn't want to say anything and only said that the exit was within the profound water palace, I'm sure junior brother would have to enter based on that alone, right? Why would she make up more lies? Millimeter, that's true. Xiao Hua nodded. He also felt that Xin Xin's words were true since she'd been forced to this point. Since that's the case, why don't you help her? Xi Hui felt that Xiao Hua's Buddhist abilities might surpass hers, so she took advantage of the situation and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Junior brother, don't tell me you don't know this. Isn't she still alive? Xiao Hua curled his lips. Haha, it'll be too late if she's dead. Ji Yuzhen laughed. Xin Tanyu said that there might be a Buddhist treasure within the ancient formation, and even an ancient Buddhist luster. It must be in the profound water palace, right? Xin Xin was about to stomp her feet when she heard Xiao Hua's words. However, she could only reply, if Mo Yuntong's records are correct, it should be in the profound water palace. However, I don't know the exact location. Look, little monk, come with us. You'll benefit from it as well, said Ji Yuzhen. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, Benefactress, you just said that you only want to see if there is anyone suppressed under the immortal artifact. Presumably, you have also prepared a method to rescue that person. Yes, this one has indeed made some preparations. Xin Xin didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. It's special. You don't plan on taking that immortal artifact either? Xiao Hua immediately asked. What? Junior apprentice brother TPU, you want to take that immortal artifact? Xi Hui was shocked. What if the immortal artifact is used to suppress powerful demonic beasts? Aren't you helping the Avildor? Hihi, what if the demonic beast is not suppressed? What if this profound water palace is only used to suppress the immortal artifact? Xiao Hua said with a smile, can this little monk try to subdue this immortal artifact? Xin Xin coldly looked at Xiao Hua and asked curiously, you're just a little monk from a Buddhist sect. What do you want this immortal artifact for? Even if you can subdue it, will you be able to use it? I'm willing. If I can't use it, can't I give it to someone else? Even if I can't give it to someone else, can't I hang it in my meditation room and look at it myself? Xiao Hua's neck stiffened as he retorted sarcastically. Greed, oh greed. Xi Hui lectured Xiao Hua, you just reminded ancestor Ji Yuzhen. Now, you're the one who's making the mistake. Forget it, forget it. This little monk was just saying. There's no need to mention it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He also felt that he was being delusional. An immortal artifact was definitely not a spiritual artifact or spiritual treasure. It had long surpassed the scope of his control. Since that's the case, little monk, you've said so much. Has your psychokinesis recovered? Can we proceed forward? Xin Xin asked Xiao Hua in a bad mood. Xiao Hua shrugged and smiled. This little monk has more or less recovered. I wonder how senior brother Xi Hui and Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen are doing. Xi Hui didn't use much psychokinesis. She nodded slightly and looked at Ji Yuzhen. Ji Yuzhen nodded as well. This old monk has rested enough. We can enter the mysterious water palace. Xin Xin heard this and said, we have the invisible leaf on us. The ancient beast can't see us. Of course, we can't use any psychokinesis or magic power. We only need to fly to within 100 feet of the palace and walk through the palace gates. Once we enter the palace, the ancient beast will ignore us even if we overturn the heavens. All right, we'll do as Xin Tanyu says. Ji Yuzhen nodded, we'll fly to within 100 feet of the palace. This old monk will go first, followed by Xin Tanyu. Xi Hui and TPU will bring up the rear as usual. Seeing that no one had any objections, Ji Yuzhen took the lead. When he was within 100 feet of the palace, he landed early and silently made his way to the palace. Xiao Hua followed Xi Hui and descended from the cloud. His feet stepped on the smooth surface of the mirror. The surface of the mirror looked smooth, but his feet were soft. It was as if he was stepping on water plants. There was no need to be too careful because there was no sound at all. Xiao Hua looked down and released his soul sense. He couldn't see anything strange about the mirror. It was like a wall, blocking his soul sense and preventing him from seeing what was going on inside. Strange. Xiao Hua didn't understand. Although Xiao Hua and the others had yet to see the mysterious water ancient beast and didn't know when it would appear, if they used any ability to resist this change, it would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. But what if they didn't use their ability to resist? The wind was so bitingly cold and even stronger. Xiao Hua's body might be able to withstand it, but Xin Xin and the others definitely couldn't. What should they do? Benefactor Xin Tilda Xiao Hua called out almost without hesitation, "How about we just charge into the mysterious water palace with the wind?" Xin Xin's face was pale. She almost cried out, "Please don't do that." Mo Yuntong clearly said that the profound water palace is the core of the ancient formation and has the most powerful restrictions. The entrance to the profound water palace is the only safe way to enter. If you try to enter from any other place, you'll die. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the mysterious water palace. Mysterious water ancient beast. Everyone who was trying their best to maintain their balance turned ghastly pale. Wasn't this the perfect time to say that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly? -12. Chapter 34-29. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid this is the only way. Xiao Hua's figure gradually floated up. His soul sense swept through the water-type spiritual energy around him like a whirlwind. He hastily waved his hand and held the clear water bottle in his hand. He had no choice but to risk being discovered by the ancient beast. He formed a seal with his right hand and hit the clear water bottle. With a light sound, a faint blue color rushed out of the bottle. Xiao Hua hastily shouted, "This is innate primordial water. Everyone, don't look directly at it." Xin Xin and the others were originally flustered, hesitating whether or not to use their divine abilities. When they saw Xiao Hua take out the clear water bottle, they also looked at it with their eyes. When the innate primordial water appeared, the three's gazes had already fallen into it. Their minds stagnated, and their faces revealed absent-minded expressions. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's shout came in time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly focused their minds. Soon after, they understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. At the same time, they closed their eyes and hurriedly used all kinds of methods. Very quickly, they stabilized their footsteps in the innate pure water. Since everyone had stabilized their footing, Xiao Hua's innate primordial water also enveloped everyone. The previous woo-woo sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls instantly quieted down. There was no sound in the innate primordial water, but the situation outside the innate primordial water grew increasingly grim. Countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth let out hoarse roars and wantonly collided in the air. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in where the innate primordial water was, but when this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the innate primordial water, it immediately became a part of the innate primordial water. Not even a trace of a ripple was formed. Aoo! The previously very tyrannical beast roared again, but this time, it wasn't just one beast, but two. One pounced in the direction of Xiao Hua and the other went in the opposite direction. Along with this roar, a dark blue figure with the same color as the innate primordial water flashed in mid-air and arrived several hundred feet above the innate primordial water. It was a strange beast that was about 10 feet long. It looked like an ordinary leopard. Not only were the muscles on its 4 muscular legs bulging, there were also wisps of blue mist lingering around it. On the ferocious beast's head, the 2 eyes emitted a blue light. The beast's mouth with long fangs was now raised as the beast's head rose. Wave after wave of world spirit energy rushed into the black water ancient beast's mouth. Looking at the back of the ancient beast, there were 2 feather wings that were a few feet long flashing slightly. In front of the feather wings, there were several sharp bone spurs that were shining with a blue brilliance. A tail that was about 10 feet long casually curled in the air, like a spirit snake. However, this spirit snake was really powerful. With a slight swing, not only was the hurricane cut apart, even the void had cracks in it. The ancient beast flew above the primordial water and opened its mouth. It took a deep breath and its body trembled involuntarily. Even the blue light around it trembled as if it was breathing. Then, the ancient beast raised its head slightly and spread its wings again. Just as it was about to fly away, the ancient beast's gaze fell on the primordial water below it. "Aoo!" Another extremely loud roar rang out. The profound water ancient beast flapped its wings as if it was facing a great enemy. The bone spikes protruding from its wings extended another few feet. What was special was that the blue light on the bone spikes was even deeper. 100 meters was like taking a stroll in the park for the ancient beast. With a flap of its wings, its entire body blurred. When the brilliance faded, it had already pounced to the side of the primordial water. The ancient beast looked at the primordial water and its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light. The blue light shot into the primordial water and immediately disappeared. The mysterious water ancient beast hurriedly shook its head as if it had a headache. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light without hesitation. The fist-sized light emitted a whistling sound, covering the sound of the wind in the space. It was enough to show the power of the light. Boom! The light rushed into the innate primordial water. The primordial water, which did not have a single ripple under the impact of countless spiritual energies, started to sway rapidly. As it swayed, the light suddenly exploded, as if a powerful hand was trying to tear the primordial water apart. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see the situation outside, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the primordial water being attacked. He hurriedly activated the bottle and more primordial water rushed out. After a while, the primordial water that had almost been blasted to pieces slowly healed and returned to its original appearance. The Xianshui ancient beast opened its mouth again. This time, no blue light rushed out. Instead, a great suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the primordial water into its mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was an ancient monster that was born with the ability to control water. Even the Xiantian primordial water could not escape its control. As the ancient beast opened its mouth, the thin layer of primordial water immediately rose and shot into the ancient beast's mouth. Xiao Hua, who was hiding in the primordial water, was shocked again. He was guarding against the ancient beast's attack, but he didn't expect the ancient beast to be greedy and want to swallow the primordial water. Caught off guard, not only was the primordial water sucked up half a foot of the primordial water, even the bottle almost fell from his hand. Xiao Hua's heart clenched again. He hurriedly activated his telekinesis and hit the bottle with Buddhist seals, trying his best to resist the ancient beast's suction force. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's opponent was not a profound ancient beast. Even if he used all his strength on telekinesis, he was far from being able to resist the ancient beast's gentle opening of its mouth. The primordial water was being sucked up and was about to be thrown into the ancient beast's mouth. Once the primordial water disappeared, Xiao Hua and the others would naturally be exposed. At that time, their lives would probably be in danger. Of course, his own life was more precious than the primordial water. Xiao Hua understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pour out the primordial water from the bottle. He even happily poured out the poisonous water that he just put into the bottle. He wanted to see what would happen when the poisonous water was sent into the ancient beast's mouth. The Xianshui ancient beast was clearly taken aback by the surging poisonous water. It looked around in confusion and then impatiently opened its mouth. As it roared, the poisonous water and the Xiantian primordial water obediently fell into the Xianshui ancient beast's mouth. Hee. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see the situation outside the primordial water, just the thought of the poisonous water falling into the ancient beast's mouth made him secretly happy. Xin and the others didn't know what was going on outside. They couldn't even open their eyes, so now they were like blind people. Previously, it was still silent, but now, it was as if thunder and lightning were flashing in the surroundings. It was even more frightening than the sound of the wind in the space. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the gluttonous ancient beast didn't swallow much of the primordial water, but drank a lot of the poisonous water. It seemed to be choking a little. Its body trembled slightly, and light flowed out like water. Aoo! Another roar sounded. It seemed to come from another ancient beast. It seemed to have lost its patience and stopped devouring. Then, it raised its head and roared in response. The two ancient beasts roared at each other. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth again, as if it wouldn't stop until it had devoured all of the primordial water. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the slowly rotating triangle of the profound water palace in the distance. A faint layer of mist seeped out from the blue radiance, and the entire protrusion of the profound water palace began to tremble rapidly. Along with the trembling, an indescribable fluctuation filled the entire space. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but when the fluctuation came, the ancient beast was stunned. A trace of fear actually flashed through its eyes. Before its fear disappeared, a series of sobbing sounds came from the vortexes in the walls. This time, it wasn't pure water-type spiritual energy that rushed out of the vortexes, but true Saint River water mixed with bones, corpses, birds, and fish. After the formation was opened, the Saint River water poured in like a formation. The ancient beast seemed to be extremely shocked. It no longer cared about the primordial water and raised its head to roar. It spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the profound water palace. The profound water palace, which looked like it was being rotated by a giant, also slowly stopped. In just a moment, the entire space was filled with river water. Apart from the thousands of tiny vortexes that were still spinning rapidly, the so-called walls had disappeared. The entire profound water palace was completely submerged in the Saint River. Xiao Hua was overjoyed to see the ancient beast's suction force disappear, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still carefully urged his telekinesis to control the suction force of the clear water bottle, preventing the ancient beast from launching a sneak attack. Junior brother TPU. Ci Hui closed his eyes and didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness, but he still keenly sensed the change in Xiao Hua's telekinesis. He didn't speak when Xiao Hua's telekinesis was at its peak, but now that he felt much calmer, he said softly, "Is the ancient beast nearby? Can the primordial water stop the ancient beast? Did the ancient beast attack the primordial water just now?" Ci Hui's voice was very soft, so soft that he didn't want to disturb the ancient beast outside the primordial water. However, it was quiet inside the primordial water, so the other three heard him clearly. "Shish." Xiao Hua also lowered his voice and said, "The ancient beast came just now and seemed to have discovered us." "Oh, it's not us. It must have discovered the innate true water and wanted to devour it. However, this little monk fed it with the poisonous water just now and it's not moving anymore. I wonder if it was poisoned to death by the poisonous water." "Humph, how is that possible?" Shin Shin snorted and said contemptuously, "The ancient beast is a part of the profound water palace. The poisonous water is also a part of the ancient formation. It would be a huge joke if the ancient beast was poisoned to death by the water." -12. Chapter 3430. TSK, if they weren't poisoned to death, why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking? Xiao Hua smacked his lips as he chuckled at Shin Shin. Shin Shin didn't back down. "I can't see the outside, and I can't release my consciousness either. How would I know? You're the one who controls the innate primordial water, so why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking?" "Nonsense, would I not tell you if I knew?" Xiao Hua scoffed at Shin Shin's argument. "I can't see anything just like you." "Ah, so you can't see either." Shin Shin closed her eyes, almost covering her mouth to hide her laughter. However, after a few chuckles, Shin Shin asked anxiously, "Little monk, is the ancient beast Shenshui gone or not?" "I'm afraid we don't have enough time." "Benefactress, you're a classic example of someone who values money over life." Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. "Even if you want to find someone, you have to protect your own life first." "Ari," Shin Shin sighed. "The only way out is inside the profound water palace. If we want to save our lives, we have to go inside. As the saying goes, we have to go in whether we're alive or dead." "Damn it, that's right." Xiao Hua was nervous at Xin Xin's grim tone. He waited for another pipe of smoke before secretly opening a crack in the innate primordial water and releasing his soul sense. Hey! The ancient beast really is gone. The profound water palace has returned to how it was before. Xiao Hua was stunned, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. He expanded his soul sense to scan the area, and then opened up a bigger crack. He peeked through the crack with his naked eye, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xiao Hua withdrew the innate primordial water, and said in a low voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." When Xin Xin and the others opened their eyes, they saw that the palace was exactly the same as before. The enormous profound water palace was still in its inverted triangular shape. As for whether or not it was the same as the one they saw before, no one knew. Little monk Tilda Xin Xin bit her lips and whispered, "Thank you, Sha." Xiao Hua whispered back, "Don't say it now, or I'll be cocky. If the ancient beast sees us, we'll be in trouble." Xin Xin paused, then covered her mouth. Her face was a little red, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was difficult to hold it in. Ci Hui looked helplessly at the two. "Xin Yangyu, let's talk inside the palace first." Xin Xin covered her mouth and led the way. After walking for several dozen meters, she turned back and whispered, "That profound water ancient beast is right in front of the profound water palace's entrance. Normally, it won't be more than 30 meters away from the entrance. Now that we're here, we can't speak or use any telekinesis. Otherwise, we'll attract the beast's attention." As she spoke, Xin Xin took a look at the golden leaf of Canaan that was stuck to her body. After testing it a little, she felt relieved and tiptoed forward. "TTT, the ancient beast is at the gate." Xiao Hua was stunned. He couldn't help but look below the profound water palace. After all, Xiao Hua had already checked the surroundings. He didn't seem to have seen any ancient beast. However, when he deliberately glanced at the bottom of the palace, sure enough, there were two statues that were almost the same color as the palace at the nail-like location. So these are the ancient beasts that attacked the innate primordial water. Xiao Hua stared straight at the motionless statues for a moment, thinking in his heart, weren't they abnormally fierce just now? Why are they standing there now? Why do they look like dead statues? Sigh, that's right. The profound water palace is so huge, and the ancient beasts are so small and motionless. Who knows if they're profound water beast? At this moment, the profound water beasts really stood there like clay statues. Their eyes, which were as bright as stars, were abnormally dim. There was no light at all. However, Xiao Hua and the others only glanced at the beasts. They didn't dare to meet their eyes. They even gradually approached the profound water palace. Looking at the two beasts that looked exactly like the statues in front of the temple, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Yes, if they hadn't heard the profound water beasts roar earlier, if they hadn't experienced Xiao Hua using his innate primordial water to resist them with his innate primordial water, and if they didn't have the records of profound water beasts in the ink cloud pupil, they would never have thought that these two lifeless statues were real ancient beast. Suppressing the indescribable fear in his heart, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the profound water palace that was even more oppressive than a mountain. Under the huge inverted triangle was a pillar that was dozens of meters tall. A pillar that was dozens of meters tall would be considered huge if it were anywhere else. However, under the profound water palace, it seemed so thin and fragile. A chill appeared in the eyes of the others. They were really afraid that the inverted triangle would suddenly fall on them and smash them into meat paste. After a few more meters, the four would be close to the profound water beasts. At the front, Xin Xin couldn't help but stop slightly. The two profound water beasts stood there and looked forward calmly. The distance between them wasn't small, at least dozens of meters. However, in Xin Xin's eyes, this distance was as narrow as the pillar under the profound water palace. An indescribable aura spread out in front of the profound water palace. Perhaps it was the residual power of the profound water beasts, or perhaps it was the formation's restriction after the profound water palace absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In any case, the aura made it difficult for Xin Xin to breathe. In the face of such a scene, Shin was secretly regretting in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated this ancient formation. However, this regret only lasted for a moment. A wave of stubbornness rose from the bottom of her heart. Mitch, this place is so dangerous. You actually imprisoned me here. Since you're so heartless, then I don't need to think anymore. With this thought, Shin's trembling legs became firm. Step by step, she walked past the profound water beasts and arrived in front of the profound water palace's pillar. Fortunately, Shin's actions didn't attract the profound water beasts' attention. They remained motionless and didn't even release a trace of their innate spirit. Seeing that Shin didn't attract the profound water beast's attention, Ji Yuzhen and the others calmed down and followed her to the pillar. Hihi, this profound water palace is so strange. Xiao Hua walked past the Blackwater Ancient Beast and unconsciously looked back at the Blackwater Ancient Beast's folded wings and the coiled tail on the ground. He thought to himself, are these the two Blackwater Ancient Beasts from just now? Why don't I look at them? If they were living things, then I'd be fine with them standing there like statues. But why are their tails coiled up in the same way? That's not possible, is it? Xiao Hua probed with his soul sense and carefully scanned the profound water beast's tail on the left a few times. Before Xiao Hua could use his soul sense to check out the rest of the profound water beast's tail, Shin stopped again. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check the Shenshui ancient beasts. He turned his head and saw Shin raise her hand and take out 4 blue beads from the sleeve of her palace dress. She waved her hand and the 4 beads silently stuck to the pillar. Then, Shin looked back at the 2 Shenshui ancient beasts with lingering fear. She opened her mouth and 4 golden streams of Zhen Qi hit the 4 beads at the same time like 4 flying swords. Shua! The 4 pearls simultaneously emitted a blue ripple of brilliance. This brilliance overflowed several times above the pillar, and the pillar also produced a blue brilliance. At the same time, this blue brilliance also swayed along with the brilliance of the pearls, just like layers upon layers of water ripples. When she saw the ripples appear, Shin took a few steps forward and reached her hand into the ripples. Her fair and soft hand sank into the ripples. As Shin lifted her hand, it was as if she had lifted a bead curtain. A gap appeared in the pillar, and Shin walked in without hesitation. Halfway through, Shin even turned back to look at the 3 of them and indicated for them to follow. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare delay. One by one, they lifted their hands and flashed into the gap. Once the 4 of them were inside, the 4 beads remained embedded in the pillar. Ripples of blue light flowed through the beads. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared. Finally, the beads disappeared into the pillar. There was no longer any movement outside the profound water palace. The 2 profound water beasts stood there for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the entire space had returned to normal. However, this calmness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The beast that Xiao Hua had just scanned with his soul sense moved its tail first, trembling slightly. This trembling then spread throughout its entire body. Following that, the beast's 4 hooves moved, the beast's head moved, and finally, its lifeless eyes moved. The Blackwater ancient beast looked around in confusion. It then glanced at the other Blackwater ancient beast on the right that was standing still. After which, it spread its wings and turned into a blue light that flew a few rounds outside the Blackwater Palace. When it did not discover anything, it pushed off the ground and charged into the sky as if it was flat ground. Its body landed on a protruding part of the inverted triangle. The profound water beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light onto the protrusion. With a crack, the protrusion floated into the air. The profound water beast didn't even look back as it charged into the gap below the protrusion. When the profound water beast disappeared, the protrusion fell back down. In a flash of light, the inverted triangle returned to its original state. The profound water beast entered the profound water palace. Xiao Hua and the others were unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Xiao Hua stood dumbly in front of the profound water palace's doors as he looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was filled with disbelief. -12. Chapter 34-31. Right in front of Xiao Hua's eyes was a transparent triangular palace. Everything inside the palace was made of triangles that looked like colored glass. Even the ground beneath Xiao Hua's feet, the top of their heads, and even the palace door behind them were triangles. What was special was that these triangles were exactly the same size. The water blue brilliance flowing along the edges of the triangles also had a similar rhythm. At a glance, it was difficult to distinguish any triangle from any other. At a glance, there were countless strange triangles inside the mysterious water palace. Not only did Xiao Hua and the others feel like they were floating in a triangular space, but when their gazes fell on the thousands of transparent mirrors, each mirror reflected the 4 people who had entered the mysterious water palace. The strangest thing was that their gazes could be refracted. In an instant, Xiao Hua's gaze seemed to have seen countless mirrors, as if he had seen countless versions of himself. A kind of dizziness arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look any further. However, even so, the fear that came from looking at each mirror remained in the bottom of his heart. Moreover, in the darkness before him, there were still countless broken mirrors flashing, and in each mirror was a pair of horrified eyes. Damn it! Xiao Hua almost blurted out a curse. This mysterious water palace was too deceptive. The shock from walking past the mysterious water ancient beast had yet to subside, and the feeling of being lucky had yet to subside. In an instant, it gave his eyes such a terrifying baptism. Even a cultivator with a firm Tao heart like him couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fellow immortals. Xin Xin's voice trembled. Clearly, she had been caught off guard. As soon as she recovered her wits, she immediately reminded them, remember to guard your heart and keep your mind clear. Mo Yuntong didn't mention the dangers of the mysterious water palace. She only said that thousands of Dharma images would appear here. If you couldn't find your true form, you wouldn't be able to find your way out. Even I didn't think that this Dharma idol would be so deadly. If we weren't cultivators, we would have lost ourselves just by looking at it. Who knows which one is the real person in the mirror? Ci Hui also didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, the eyes are the heart, and the soul is born from the heart. Dazzling the eyes is seizing the soul. His gaze wandered as he looked at his feet. Beneath his feet was the same as the surroundings in front of him. There were also many tiny triangles. Xiao Hua calmed his mind and slowly raised his eyes. His gaze was not too far away, but it was also rapidly sweeping around. This situation was somewhat similar to the innate primordial water. He already had a similar experience. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately retracted his gaze. Among the 4 of them, he was the one who suffered the least damage. However, he still sighed with emotion. This primordial magic formation is really powerful. Now that we can't release our Buddha's consciousness, we can only rely on our eyes. Who knows that such simple eyes can also be taken advantage of by the formation? Amitabha. Fortunately, I can't release my Buddha's consciousness. Guzhen's Dharma was not as good as Ci Hui's, so it was difficult for him to find himself when he was lost. He was the one who suffered the most damage among the 4. At this moment, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. If the Buddha's consciousness is released, it will also be lost. It will be harder to find it than the mind. Xin Xin shook her head. Master Jiyu Zhen is wrong. The profound water palace's formation was set up for us Confucian cultivators' clear sight art. Because this place imprisons divine sense and Buddha's consciousness, the Daoist's divine sense cannot leave the body. Only our Confucian clear sight arts can be used. In order to prevent us from finding the true entrance to the profound water palace, the primordial magic formation set up this secret formation here. Oh! So Xin Tanyu can use the clear sight arts in front of the profound water palace? Guzhen was slightly taken aback. Xin Xin nodded slightly. This one can use it, but it's not even 10% of my usual power. Xin Xin then looked to the left and smiled bitterly. As for this place, this one wouldn't dare to use it even if I had 10 times the courage. So the palace door where the profound water ancient beast is isn't the true entrance to the profound water palace. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said with a smile, in that case, the triangular maze in front of us is the real entrance. Shin Shin nodded. That's right. Only one of these tens of thousands of mirrors is the true entrance to the profound water palace. We must find it from there. Damn it, how is this possible? Xiao Hua jumped up and shouted, not only do we lack Buddhist awareness, we don't even dare to look. How are we supposed to find the entrance? Ahem. Junior brother TPU, watch your mouth. Xiao Hui hastily coughed and reminded him, don't let the Buddha blame you. Amitabha. Senior brother is right. Xiao Hua became listless and put his palms together. However, he cursed inwardly, alas, it's this Xiao's primordial spirit that shaved the Buddha's Sariya, not this Xiao's. This Xiao was just casually complaining. Xiao Hui was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's reaction. She looked at Shin Shin with a smile and said, since this is recorded in Mo Yun Tong, then Shin Tanyu must have made preparations? Yes, indeed. Shin Shin nodded. This is the last record of the primordial magic formation in Mo Yun Tong. At the same time, it's also the problem this one has been pondering for the longest time. To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist Xiao Hui, this one has racked my brains for 10 years. It was only after meeting you that I suddenly saw the light. Little monk. Xiao Hui was slightly stunned. However, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, this little monk understand. Previously, Tanyu and this little monk talked about this matter. So it's used here. If it's as Shin Tanyu thought, this is indeed the best way to break this maze. However, speaking of this, Xiao Hui frowned again. This little monk doesn't quite understand. How should we cast the spell? Shin Shin glanced at Xiao Hua's thoughtful expression and then at Guzhen's confused face. She smiled bitterly again. This one only knows about the primordial spirit and the Dharma idol. As for how to find the primordial spirit from the Dharma idol, I'm afraid that's something you have to consider. However, in this one's opinion, it's really difficult for you to find the Dharma idol from the thousands of mirrors by yourself. Don't you have TPU and Master Guzhen now? It should be much easier for you. After hearing Shin Shin's words, Xiao Hua understood a little. The so-called primordial spirit was naturally the physical body. There were thousands of triangular mirrors in the maze of the mysterious water palace. Each mirror could reflect the intruder's shadow. However, there was only one real mirror. All the other mirrors were illusions of the maze. It was precisely these mirrors that had the effect of bewitching the mind. The real eye of the formation only played the role of illusions. Since the maze only worked on Confucian cultivators' eye-clearing technique and the naked eye of cultivators, all Buddhist senses, divine thoughts, and elemental thoughts could be used. Since the Dharma idol of the Buddhist sect was condensed from karma, it wasn't restricted by the maze. Therefore, the mirror couldn't reflect the Dharma idol's shadow. However, the problem was that even if Xiao Hui or Guzhen released their Dharma idols, how would they find the mirror that could reflect the Dharma idol's shadow? What would they use to check? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind raced. He had many methods. He could release the Dharma idol, release the Buddha's Sariya, or release his nascent soul. He could deal with all of them. Even the simplest method was to use his soul sense. Perhaps he could find a way out. Of course, Xiao Hua could also use the heavenly vision of the Dharma eyes. However, he couldn't be sure if his Dharma eyes could defeat this ancient formation. Although Master Guzhen wasn't proficient in Buddhism, he understood after hearing this. He said loudly, Xiao Hui, if there's anything you need this old monk to do, just tell me. This old monk doesn't understand Buddhism, but I do know some Buddhist divine skills. They can be of help. Xiao Hui thought for a moment and said tentatively, Grandmaster, this disciple doesn't understand the Dharma idol technique. However, the Sariya that I cultivate does have the image of a Dharma idol. How about this disciple release the Sariya first to see its effect? Grandmaster, why don't you use the Dharma idol technique? Millimeter, I'll listen to you. Guzhen naturally had no objections. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the Sariya of a Dharma idol? Isn't this the Buddha's Sariya? This monk Xiao Hui really has some background. However, Buddhist light surged around Xiao Hui's body. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. Xiao Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She sighed and said, "Not only does the mysterious water palace confine Buddhist consciousness, but it also confines this little monk's body Sarira. It seems this little monk can't do anything." Body Sarira. When Guzhen heard Xiao Hui's words, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He cried out involuntarily, "Xiao Hui, you actually cultivated the body Sarira? This?" Looking at this grandmaster who couldn't refine karma to form a Sarira, Xiao Hui's expression was somewhat uneasy. She smiled and said, "All right, grandmaster knows. This disciple was lucky enough to refine the body Sarira in this life. However, the golden body has yet to form, so I dare not embarrass myself in front of grandmaster." Alas! Xiao Hui couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She sighed and didn't speak again. Shin raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao Hui, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you talk about refining the body Sarira. This is second only to the Buddha's Sarira in your Buddhist sect. With this Sarira, not only will you be able to attain the golden body of a bodhisattva in this life, but you'll also be able to attain the supreme golden body in the future." Xiao Hui hurriedly put her palms together and humbly recited the name of Buddha. She said, "Amitabha, this is the karma of this little monk's several lifetimes of cultivation. There's nothing to show off. Perhaps this little monk was like Grandmaster Guzhen in the past, specializing in the lineage of Dharma protectors. Later on, this little monk obtained an opportunity and gained the favor of Buddha. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish." Shin looked so excited that she almost forgot that she was in the mysterious water palace. She cupped her hands and said, "Fellow immortal, you're too humble. Being able to refine the body Sarira isn't something that can be exchanged with several lifetimes of cultivation. If it weren't for the profound Dharma and profound opportunities, how could it be possible? I didn't expect this little girl to be acquainted with a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. It's truly fortunate." -12. Chapter 34-32. Ahem. Before Shin could finish, Xiao Hui coughed twice and even winked at her, interrupting her. "Shin Tanyu, no matter what kind of relic it is, it can't be used in the profound water palace. What's the use of that? It's not as useful as ancestor Jiyu Zhen's golden Buddha statue. Millimeter, that's true." Shin suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes narrowed and she almost covered her mouth with her hand. She hurriedly covered it up. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. That's right. To the side, Xiao Hui frowned. He knew that if Xiao Hui's body relic couldn't be used, then his Buddha relic wouldn't be able to leave his body. Since his relic couldn't leave his body, then his nascent soul couldn't either. Perhaps he could only use his soul sense and heavenly law embodiment technique. Thinking of this, Xiao Hui was about to quietly release his soul awareness. Roar! Jiyu Zhen roared and clenched his fists. Buddha light flashed all over his body. Jiyu Zhen's originally tall body grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, a Buddha statue of several zhong tall slowly appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, clang. Just as ancestor Jiyu Zhen's golden Buddha statue appeared, countless sounds came from the profound water palace's mirrors. When Xiao Hui looked up, he saw that many of the previously dazzling mirrors had turned into black holes. The sounds came from the shattering of the illusionary mirrors. A golden Buddha statue can restrain an ancient formation? Xiao Hui was aghast. However, before he could shift his gaze away, the familiar rumbling of magical treasures resounded. Rays of aqua blue light appeared once again. Xiao Hui hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Immediately, waves of strange magical energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire mysterious water palace. This magical energy was like a whirlwind, but also like a scorching heat. Jiyu Zhen's newly formed golden Buddha statue actually showed signs of melting under this magical energy. Strands of golden sweat seeped out of the golden Buddha statue. A trace of pain appeared on Jiyuzhen's face, which was flashing with Buddhist light. He cried out, "The mystic water palace's formation is too powerful. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and find the entrance." "Yes." Ci Hui gritted her teeth and hurriedly replied. She then waved her hand and said, "TPU, look over here. Shin Tanyu, look over there." "Okay." Shin Shin didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction Ci Hui was pointing at. Xiao Hua also did the same. However, Xiao Hua didn't use his eyes, but his soul sense. Shin Shin's idea was very ideal, but reality once again showed the crux of the matter. The naked eye couldn't look directly at the illusory mirrors. Even if they could just glance at them now, Shin Shin and Ci Hui didn't dare to be too careless, for fear that they would miss the mirror with the Transcendent's golden body. However, it was extremely difficult to find a mirror with an image among the thousands of mirrors. Ci Hui and Shin Shin's eyes seemed to be dazzled. Heavy dizziness and discomfort rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were several times when they almost got lost in the mirror. Compared to them, Xiao Hua was in a better state. Although soul sense wasn't as useful as Xiao Hua thought, being able to see through the illusion of the array and see through the array's core with a glance, soul sense wouldn't be reflected by the illusory mirrors, so there was no danger of losing one's mind. However, Xiao Hua was the same as Shin Shin and the others. He also didn't dare to be careless. He also checked the mirrors one by one. As time passed, the magic power fluctuations became more rapid. Xiao Hua could clearly feel the heat in the surrounding air. He looked again and saw that the surface of Master Jiyuzhen's golden body had already melted. Just like Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira, it had turned into golden liquid and flowed down the golden body. When it dripped to where Jiyuzhen was standing, it immediately turned into small golden Buddhist lotuses. Jiyuzhen's golden body of Buddha is different from Frost Bamboo's great strength Vajradharma body. It seems to be transformed from his main body, similar to my heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. As Xiao Hua continued probing, he thought to himself, although this Buddhist divine power is a level higher than Frost Bamboo's, the Dharma array has melted his golden body. That means his body will also be damaged. Why don't I use heavenly form to replace it? Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Great Master Jiyuzhen is a Buddhist sect guardian with 5th grade origin energy. Wouldn't his golden Buddha avatar be more profound than my heavenly law's embodiment technique? Instead of thinking too much, why don't I hurry up and find the entrance? If Master Jiyuzhen can't support me at the final critical moment, it won't be too late for me to make such a plan. Roar! After a while, Master Jiyuzhen's originally straight waist twisted slightly. A slightly hoarse roar came from his mouth. It was unknown whether it was a painful or angry roar. His movement didn't matter. Pa, pa, pa. Several loud pops sounded. Several thumb-sized bubbles appeared on his limbs. Then, with several explosions, these bubbles all exploded. Golden liquid splashed out. Before it could fall, it had already bloomed into lotus shapes in the air. The main body is the Sarira, and the Sarira is also the main body. Xiao Hua sighed. He understood the meaning of Buddhist guardians. But suddenly, Xiao Hua was startled again. My Sarira is in the shape of a Buddha. It seems to be able to form its own body. If a Buddha's Sarira leaves the main body to cultivate on its own, wouldn't it only be able to walk the path of a guardian? Xiao Hua was startled. His soul consciousness was a little scattered, and he couldn't tell where he was looking. Xiao Hua hurriedly composed himself and grumbled in his heart, although my Buddhist cultivation is at 5th grade essence power, and according to the records of the Buddhist scriptures in Exquisite Temple, I can be considered to have reached the Lotus realm. But in reality, I know very little about Buddhism, and Buddhist magical powers are few and far between. Doesn't Ci Hui also have a body Sarira? He's not in a hurry, so why should I? Isn't this the entrance to the formation? People often say that one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, one will find it without any effort. Xiao Hua was like that at this moment. He was focused on searching for the entrance, but he didn't find anything. But in a moment of absent-mindedness, his soul consciousness scattered, and he actually found a triangular mirror. On this mirror, other than Xiao Hua, Ci Hui, and Xin Xin, there was also Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's golden Buddha statue that was much taller than the others. This golden Buddha statue was only much taller than Ji Yuzhen's main body on the other mirrors, and there wasn't the slightest trace of Buddhist light on it. "It's here." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at the mirror below him and shouted. But what made Xiao Hua extremely surprised was that at this moment, Xin Xin and Ci Hui also shouted in unison, "It's here." However, the two of them pointed in different directions. Ci Hui pointed in the sky, and Xin Xin pointed in the same direction as Xiao Hua. Ah! Xiao Hua was rather surprised. He didn't think that the two's eyes could be as fast as his soul consciousness. He subconsciously looked in the direction Ci Hui was pointing at. Sure enough, on the same triangular mirror above everyone's heads, Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's golden Buddha statue was also reflected. Just as Xiao Hua thought, Ci Hui and Xin Xin also looked at each other's mirrors. The three of them then looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They didn't think that the profound water palace would have two entrances. "Little monk, you're really amazing." Xin Xin looked at Xiao Hua again and said curiously, "The area that immortal Ci Hui assigned to you doesn't seem to be here." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said honestly, "When I saw Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's golden body melt, this little monk couldn't bear to see it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, I looked down below. Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's sacrifice moved Buddha and allowed this little monk to see the entrance to the formation. Oh, Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen, you can take back your avatar now." Phew! Ji Yuzhen let out a long sigh. The Buddhist light around him quickly disappeared and then shrank like a bubble. His golden body also shrank rapidly and returned to its original form. However, Grandmaster Ji Yuzhen's face was pale. Not only was his body trembling, but his arms and legs were also trembling. He looked like an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. "Grandmaster, you've worked hard." Ci Hui hurried forward to support him. Ji Yuzhen shook his arms and wanted to break free, but he seemed to be powerless and could only let Ci Hui do as she pleased. Xiao Hua ignored Xin Xin's reproach. He raised his head and glanced at the mirror Ci Hui pointed at, and then at the mirror he discovered beneath his feet. He asked with a wry smile, "Xin Yang Yu, this mysterious water palace actually has two entrances. Is there any record of this in your Moyun eyes?" "No." Xin Xin answered without hesitation. "Then which entrance should we use?" Ci Hui asked from the side. Xin Xin thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out two jade boxes. She said, "Although we found the entrance to the profound water palace, we still need to use the Dao Gate to enter the real profound water palace. These are the two talismans I found according to Mo Yuntong's records. These two talismans are exactly the same. I prepared them in case of an emergency. Now that there are two entrances, it is destined that both entrances will be opened. I think it's better to open the entrance first. I'll wait and see, then decide which entrance to enter." "Ah, I'm afraid that's the only way." Ci Hui frowned. Faced with such a difficult problem, she had no choice but to agree. Xin Xin raised her hand and one of the jade boxes opened. A bright cyan halo rushed out of the jade box. Before Xin Xin could cast a spell, a thumb-sized seed jumped out of the jade box. Xiao Hua looked at the jade box expectantly. He wanted to know what kind of rare talisman Xin Xin had taken out, but he was still shocked when he saw the seed jump out. Looking at the seed again, it leaped into the air and flickered with an emerald green halo. The halo slowly unfolded and the seed also unfolded along with the halo. Xiao Hua could clearly see that it was a talisman in the shape of a leaf. The wrinkles on the talisman and the texture of the leaf were clearly visible. Xiao Hua didn't need to use his divine sense to know that it was a rare talisman from ancient times. 12. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,